Good. Okay. I declare open this public hearing on the House Standing Committee of Employment, Education and Training for the inquiry into the digital transformation of workplaces. In accordance with the committee's resolution of 11 August 2022, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will also be published on the Parliament's website. For those present today, are advised that filming and recording are permitted during this hearing. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web the need for fair and accurate reporting of the proceedings of the committee. Joining me today we have Miss Anne Stanley, who's a member for Werriwa, in person, as well as a number of other committee members that will be joining via chorus, via the telephone. So they'll be messaging through when they'd like the call, so please don't be alarmed by me looking at my phone, the way modern technology is these days. I'd like to call our first witness for today's hearing here at the Victorian Parliament House. I'd welcome the Victorian Trades Hall to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please both state your name and the capacity in which you are appearing before the committee?
Hi there, thank you so much for having us, Chair. We're absolutely thrilled to be here and thrilled to have you back in Victoria. Always welcome down here. Danai Bosler, appearing for Victorian Trades Hall Council, recently appointed Assistant Secretary, so Assistant Secretary by appointment. And I have Oscar here with me.
Hi, I am Oscar Caspi-Cratchit, also very excited to be here, and I am a researcher at Trades Hall.
Fantastic. Welcome. I've just got a few words before we go into your opening statement. Although the committee does not require witnesses at today's hearing to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standings as the proceedings of respective houses. The giving of false and misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded in Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement. So thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Chair. On behalf of Victorian Trades Hall Council, I thank the committee for the opportunity for us to speak. Trades Hall represents over 500,000 workers in union in this state, and this is an issue that's deeply important to us. AI is not some glorious, shimmering future. I'm sure you've had many speakers in front of you here talk about the many gains of AI, untold efficiency gains, safer and happier workplaces, a golden age of productivity. But we know that AI is already here and that the problems that are associated with workplace digitalisation are already here and workers are already experiencing them. We have 24 recommendations. I won't spend too long with my comments. We have 24 recommendations in here, and the Chair and anyone on the panel will understand the importance of all of these recommendations and why it's so important to us in Victoria. The referral of powers that we made many years ago under Jeff Kennett means that so much of our industrial relations lives are dictated by the feds, and we feel it's incredibly important that this is recognised in federal industrial relations legislation as well too. So there's about 24 recommendations we make. I think they're on page 38 of our submission there as well. And I'll come back to those recommendations. But I wanted to start with worker voices. Since our submission was made to this inquiry, there's been another inquiry underway at a state level, which is about workplace surveillance. So we've collected hundreds of submissions about workplace surveillance as a subset of digitalisation of the workplaces. And the stories that have come back from workers have been truly incredible across the full spectrum. And I'd be happy for us to make additional submissions in writing to you, which is a summary of those experiences collected from workers. But if you're willing, I'd just like to put a few on the record here. A young hospitality worker, this is all in Victoria, these are all stories from workers. A young hospitality worker standing on her feet for 8 hours straight because if she so much as has a drink of water, a team of remote monitors hired by her boss will immediately start to belittle and constantly criticise her. She isn't 18 years old yet. A call centre worker looking up at a screen above her workstation that displays how she ranks against all her other colleagues, watching her name slide down the ladder, the ranking ladder, after a customer has used a word that's disfavoured by the algorithm. She might not get a shift next week. A warehouse worker looking down at his wrist to see a surveillance bracelet blaring low productivity alert, summoning his manager to intervene. This is from one call centre worker in Victoria. We are given 6 minutes a day, 6 minutes for toilet breaks, getting water or a coffee, saying hello to a colleague, or taking some time after a bad call. This from a Victorian healthcare worker. Work has been reframed from what needs doing during my shift to whatever you can squeeze out of me at every moment. When a computer is given unsupervised command over real people, workers are treated like the machines that are managing them. Here's a couple more quotes. Real tail worker. There is less laughter and joy, and the customers pick up on it. We are walking on eggshells from community services, or the morale has disappeared, customer services. I'm more stressed, I feel like I can't speak up, telecommunications worker. Early childhood education. I feel violated, even if I dispute something unrelated, then anything that may have been recorded without my knowledge can be used against me. There's some pretty incredible stories there from workers about the impact that it has on their safety at work. So the key factor we think when determining the intensity of AI harm, and I use that broadly when I'm talking about digital transformation, the intensity of AI harm and how it can be managed through efficient and effective government policy, and we absolutely think it can be, is transparency, business ethics and regulatory oversight. But the single most important factor that is going to limit and control the AI harms that are happening in workplaces is the extent to which affected workers have collective action and some sort of engagement and consultation about so that their concerns can be recognised in the workplace. When workers don't feel safe raising their concerns, AI becomes riskier for everyone. It becomes more riskier for the community as well. Until workers are given freedom to bargain over every aspect of digitalisation in their workplace, responsible AI, as it's often called, is just structurally impossible in our workplaces. So our recommendations are before you that we submitted earlier, but I just wanted to draw attention to a couple of them. There's 24, all of equal merit, but there's a couple to highlight, which I know has already been brought up, but we just want to reiterate them as well too. Amending the Fair Work Act so that workers can freely bargain and negotiate over fundamental elements of the modern working life. The introduction of major technological change should automatically trigger consultation clauses and really structural, important consultation clauses. A right to privacy should be embedded in the NES, and workers should be able to access and use data collected about them at work in any bargaining negotiations. Employers should be banned from using AI to interfere in industrial relations matters, specifically interfering with or obstructing lawful union activity, monitoring or intimidating workers undertaking protected action, predict whether workers will join or how they will vote on an EBA. Algorithms should not be used for that, and force them to hear or listen to anti-union propaganda. Further, when AI is used illegally by employers, workers should have access to an express route to take protected industrial action. This will help to create a deterrent. Thirdly, unions, along with individual workers, should be recognised as having rights holders. I'm sure you've seen international examples. There's an international example from Italy where when the individual worker, we know that individual workers are sometimes unlikely to have the time and the expertise to meaningfully engage with this quite technical topic. And so as a consequence, unions should also be able to represent workers and have access to disclosures around this. An example of this is in Italy, and Oscar in the team tells me that only twice globally has a worker successfully proven in court that an algorithm was discriminatory, and that was in Italy because the unions were able to represent them and able to access that information. I just want to close with gender considerations of this as well too. I'm sure that other people that have appeared before you have flagged this as well too, but we know that the harms related to digitalisation, to AI, are not going to be distributed evenly across the workforce. We already have inequalities embedded in society, and they're embedded in our workforce, and let's not think that AI is going to be any different from that. So we know that women particularly will face amplified risks if we fail to properly regulate this sector. Examples of that are stress-related or stress-inducing AI, and that kind of surveillance and monitoring is often concentrated in low-paid, and those industries are feminised. So retail, customer service, hospitality, the care sector. I think the committee's already heard that the Sexual Discrimination Act might not be well equipped about how we're going to deal with this and how we're going to respond to discrimination by algorithm, I think you might say. It's really hard for workers, and it'll be hard for women workers to prove that they're being discriminated against. And women are more likely to have sensitive data related to their medical or family history to be collected by their employer. For example, pregnancy, domestic violence, and so data breaches might have more grave consequences for women than for other people. I'll leave my comments there, Chair. I hope that's enough for you, but we're very happy to take questions. And as I said, I'm very happy to table those results of that survey that we did with Victorian workers about just one aspect of digitalisation.
Thank you. I have a few questions before we jump to Ms Stanley, but just noting that the member for Goldstein, Zoe Daniels, has also joined us. She's joining us remotely. We would welcome any of the voices of the workers that you've got to be tabled, so that that would really help. It's one of the reasons why we were very keen to come to Melbourne, was to get voices of workers' experience. How did you collect these examples and these surveys?
Yeah, it was collected online, so through an online survey submission form.
So I can imagine that a number, like the bulk industries that you got these were from people who might have the digital skills, or they've got access to a computer. Is that correct?
Yeah, true. It's people that it was open to participate in, do you know what I mean? So it was people that probably feel impacted more by or have experiences of digitalisation in their workplace.
So what would you say were the dominant industries that kind of really made submissions?
We had a really broad range. I would say that it was surprising how much we had from retail and hospitality and the care economy, which you might not think are particularly digitized industries to work in, but a lot of workers in those industries contacted us and said that they were facing really quite advanced forms of digital employee performance monitoring, and that automated decision making was facing them as well. Also a lot of healthcare workers as well.
Yeah. In those examples, did any of them give you any examples of where they tried to raise the issue, or whether they'd been able to sort of get an audience or raise it as a concern with their employer or their supervisor, and what happened?
The experience overwhelmingly is that they learn about no consultation, as you know, very, very, very few examples of consultation. They learn about it by default. Do you know what I mean? They learn about it after it happens or after it's used against them. And the only workers that have felt, many workers don't feel comfortable speaking up, and the only time workers have felt comfortable speaking up is when they've been able to go to their union and their union has been able to speak up on their behalf, because as you know, in so many of these sectors, it's young workers and it's workers in precarious employment who feel very nervous about speaking up. And particularly at Trades Hall, our Young Workers Centre, often workers come to us after they have left that workplace, and then they realise actually that was illegal or that was wrong, and then they want to come back. And they come back not because they're seeking, just come back because they know that it was wrong and that another worker shouldn't have had to go through that. So they're not seeking compensation beyond that kind of recognition as well too. But yeah, in terms of any kind of recognition about the impact, and is when they've been able to speak up through their unions and been able to, as we know, go forward collectively and with union representation.
Just going to your recommendations, if we can. One of your recommendations talks about bolstering existing and protecting new workers' rights, including the right to workplace privacy, the right to data protection, collective intellectual property rights. Can you just sort of expand by how you could see that happening? Like, what is it? What changes to the Fair Work Act, or what changes to Safe Work Australia do you think need to be made for that to occur?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of things we can talk about here, and I think our supplementary submission will be really important there, because we flesh out what does a right to privacy in your working life, what would an act, potentially a standalone act, what would a potential standalone act around right to workplace privacy actually look like. But I think the important thing, and I should flag in the OHS space that you've mentioned, we have a list of like 10,000 HSR reps in Victoria, and the interest in this is overwhelming from HSRs about it. So we need to have changes to, I think we propose a right to privacy also in the NES, could also be a standalone act. That's a whole separate question as well too. And the risks around the changes that could be made to the Fair Work Act, particularly around model consultation clauses, and whether you put into the model consultation clause a very clear directive that technological change triggers specific consultation and what that looks like. And I think I know we often look to international examples. The German model, I don't know if that's been raised, Chair, by other organisations as well too. The German model of work councils, they've made changes to their legislation that work councils using a co-determination model can make decisions and rulings over AI, algorithms, that sort of any kind of digital transformation in the workplace as well too. We do think that there's frameworks that can be made to the Fair Work Act that will force consultation, because if consultation isn't required, we know it often doesn't happen. But a lot of the stuff I've been reading as well too is AI is going to impact every workplace differently, and so we're going to need to have mechanisms that workers in each individual workplace will be able to respond to how AI is impacting their workplace. So a legislation will be important to set the framework, but in terms of individual impacts in the workplace, it's going to need to be some kind of binding system where workers can negotiate directly around how AI is being used in their workplace.
So we currently have consultation of change clauses that exist in, the award or in individual enterprise bargains. Why aren't they strong enough to pick up on the digital transformation which is going on in workplaces? So where's the weakness there? What's going on?
I think there's a couple of things. I think genuinely some employers are not even telling their workers about the changes that they're making. I think some workers are just employers are just introducing surveillance or introducing algorithms into the workplace without even notifying their staff. And that might be, you can take a full spectrum of responding to that. That just might be that they don't think it's significant enough to warrant it, or they don't want workers to know about it yet. They want to be monitoring before it. But we know there's often disputes around consultation, around whether it's significant enough to trigger consultation in other in other ways, in other areas of workplace life. So I think being so clear and explicit about it will actually be really important to flag for employers. We're monitoring this, and then directing, encouraging Fair Work to and Safe Work Australia more broadly. It indicates a change we are responding to a change that's happening in our workplaces, and federal authorities are now going to take an active engagement on this, and we're going to be monitoring this situation much more closely.
So my final part to that question before we go to Ms Stanley is, what does meaningful and ongoing consultation of workers by employers look like?
Yeah, I think it's a couple of things, which is, as we talk about from my many years in the union movement, there's consultation and there's consultold. When the employer comes and tells you, we're making this change and you get the chance to influence just this tiny little impact. But consultation must be where the parties at the table, where the workers at the table have the ability to influence the outcome of what's happening to their working lives as well too. So I think that's going to be a key component. It needs to be before all the things that we know matter in consultation. It needs to be before it is implemented. It needs to be transparent. It needs to be regular meetings about the impact. And any of the data that is collected in any form needs to be data that is transparent, that workers can see how it's being measured, how it's being stored, how long is it being kept for, who's storing, all of those legitimate questions that workers are entitled to know about it. Is my data about how I'm conducting my business in the workplace being sold to other parties? How in a global network of, say, Starbucks, or in a global network of workplaces, how is the data about how long it takes me to make a coffee going to be used in other workplaces as well? How is my data going to be sold across businesses and within businesses as well too? I think workers are entitled to know all of those things and to be able to see the data that's being collected about them.
Stanley.
Thank you. I worked in a call centre a long time ago, probably looking back on it at the beginning of AI. So we could manage specifically toilet breaks, all of that. And it really depended on who was in charge, how they were managed, which for me was a constant source of concern. I have been out of that. I was made redundant in 2008, so a long time ago. But as I was leaving, the unions were starting to make those, were starting to get the employers to come to the table and change the way that was working. But clearly from just the excerpts you gave us there, we're either back where we started when it was first implemented, or worse, probably worse. Why do you think, I mean, that's a really hard question, but why do you think that is? Is it because AI is now being seen as the great wonderful hope, or have workers just lost their ability to have a voice in this situation?
Yeah. I don't want to get too... I think our legislation, firstly, our legislation hasn't kept up with it, and that's had a big impact that we haven't been able to keep up with it. The second, and I don't want to get too political, but we've had a decade of a federal government that...
Okay. All right. Yeah, no. You can get us political if you like. That's fine. That's okay. It's just I have to say personally I'm a bit horrified with those call centre experiences because like I was a manager in a call centre who changed the way that they were looking at things. But anyway, thank you for that. Are there any examples of good workplaces? Because I think for our recommendations, it would be like there's plenty of examples of things that AI is doing that it shouldn't or it needs to be monitored in doing. Maybe, I'm not sure shouldn't is the right word, but in the ability to make a recommendation, it would be great to see someone who's doing it well and go, okay, so if you in your industry can do that, then why can't we make recommendations for that?
I'll just give two examples, or better yet, I'll just say hopefully when the ANMF appears this afternoon, because the good case studies I've heard about are from the medical sector, where it is supporting and assisting with the decision making. So when the AI and the algorithm supports decision making but isn't doing the decision making, that is where it will be useful and can be beneficial in hospitals. Craig McGregor, who's the Secretary of the Victorian Allied Health, the Union for Allied Health Workers in Victoria, spoke on this just last month, and AI and digital transformation in his sector can have wonderful impacts to help the decision making of allied health workers. So I think they would be good case studies, and hopefully the ANMF would be able to give some good examples.
Thanks.
But I think that's the criteria: is it's supporting decision making.
Yeah, thanks. It's just like I would hope that there is someone out there that is actually okay, and we need to know about them because they, one, should be congratulated for using AI the way that it should be used, but also how do we then make recommendations that other people are doing, a lot of what you quoted earlier is really against EBAs and awards anyway. Like, really, the crux of the matter is that just because this is a computerised template doesn't stop the fact that you are not supposed to behave like this. Like, if it was a person in a workshop with a whip, like in the 1800s, we would be horrified.
Yeah.
So from your perspective, how come they're allowed to get away with it?
Yeah, I think it's a couple of things that I flagged earlier as well too. It's often, we at Trades Hall, we support a lot of workers who are not in workplaces that have, who are in workplaces that don't have EBAs. Right. So particularly through our Young Workers Centre and through our Women's Centre, a lot of young workers and women are coming to us because they're in workplaces where they haven't seen a union presence, because it's smaller workplaces, retail and so forth. So I think there's that as a first element as well too. Young workers, excluded workers, women workers, older workers, workers in precarious employment feel less safe and feel less comfortable and confident being able to speak up on these issues and on these matters as well too. And when it's been a gradual introduction to the workplace, and you almost didn't notice at the start, and then you turn back and you go, when did that happen?
Yeah.
That
by stealth.
When it's done by stealth, and you question, is it me? Am I the one who's thinking about this? You know what I mean? When you question yourself. When you question doubt, and also because we've put such a respect on the glorious digital future and AI as the answer to it all, and the computers are smarter than us, you automatically think, oh, was that a miscalculation by me, rather than critiquing it.
So do you have, or have you had any success when you take it to an employer? Because I assume that you've represented workers and you've taken it to an employer and said, this is not acceptable for these reasons.
Yeah.
Have you had any success? Like, I'm sure that there are some employers out there that are doing this on purpose, absolutely. But digital literacy will be as bad for people who are running businesses as it is for the employees who are being looked at this. And I would suspect that software providers will be coming to some employers and saying, have we got a solution for you, without them necessarily understanding the stress this is going to cause down. Like, I know there's bad employers out there, but they are definitely not the majority. But some of the evidence we've heard suggests something different. So I'm just wondering where, like, we can have plenty of recommendations in awards, EBAs, legislation and so forth, but if there's unscrupulous software designers, do we need something in that space as well? Like, does it, they're more of a holistic response?
Yeah. Thank you for your question. If it's possible, can I take that one
Sure.
to notice so I can go back to our team of lawyers? Unless you've got an example off the top of your head, we can go back to the lawyers and
Sure.
you and see if we can get
please.
you a recent case.
Yeah.
I might just add, though, that there are, in other parts of the world, what you mentioned about the third-party developers, that is a really important point, because we have this idea about AI boosting productivity. You do have employers rushing to implement these programs without a full understanding of what it is that they're doing, what kind of data they're collecting, and how they're making decisions based off it. And so, like you mentioned with your experience with the call center and how it can kind of take things backwards, what we're seeing in a lot of different industries is this scenario where this technology is brought in and it has all of these ramifications that are difficult for both the employers and the workers to foresee, but the outcome always tends to be this creation of a much a climate of discipline and fear, and workers struggle to challenge this because all of these management decisions, such as the ones that we heard today in Danai's opening statement, when they are framed as automated decisions, they are given this veneer of just complete objectivity. And we heard this again and again in the surveillance inquiries, that workers internalize this, and if they get a low score from one of these systems, it triggers just shame, it hurts their self-esteem, it creates anxiety, and the idea that, no, I'm being overworked, I'm being asked to do too much without any increase in my pay, these technologies are used to avoid them reaching that conclusion, and instead they blame themselves. And so I think that is a big systematic restraint on the ability right now of workers to actually put their foot down and curb this.
Is there any ability for workers to know whether their data is being given to a third-party provider? Because a lot of third-party providers, like, you know, Apple, you tick the terms and conditions of your Apple phone, which basically says they know who you are and what you're talking about. I'm assuming that the AI is running the same, is it? Okay. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
We will next go to Ms Daniels, who's joined us remotely, and just, I can see our other witnesses there. It's okay. Our third witness isn't coming, so with your indulgence, we can run over a bit. Yep, great, good to go. Okay, Ms Daniels, the call is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'm just curious about whether the surveys reflected much positive sentiment from employees around what's ahead. Particularly, obviously, productivity gains in the care sector have been really difficult to achieve. What can you tell us about the upsides?
Thank you, Ms Daniels, for your question. It's much appreciated. I can't give you positive feedback on this one, I'm really sorry. Oscar's flicked me to a page where we asked about how did your employer's use of workplace surveillance make you feel, and the respondents overwhelmingly said that they felt uncomfortable to extremely uncomfortable. There was very low numbers who said that they were not uncomfortable at all. We're very happy to provide the full data set as well, so you can have a look at the full data set, and we'll make sure to pull out some of the contributions or the stories from workers that did provide positive feedback on how AI has been used through surveillance in their workplaces. So hopefully that answers your question, Ms Daniels.
Generally, there is there has been some positive applications of when there was a healthcare worker who told us that when AI was being used in automated decisions, she felt like there was less bias. So to be transparent, there definitely are cases where it is working, but we really have to emphasize that it is overwhelmingly negative, no matter what industry. Workers are reporting that it's not being used in ways that they feel are positive. Yeah.
And so from the perspective of Trades Hall, what do you see as sort of the union's role in smoothing this pathway? I mean, it's coming no matter what. So it seems to me that there's a sentiment piece and an education piece as well as a regulatory and legislative piece. But the problem is this is coming at speed. Do you have any reflections on that?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you so much for asking this question as well too, because I realise I didn't fully address it in my opening comments as well. Workers aren't opposed, we're not opposed to this. Workplaces change, that's normal and that's happening and that should happen. It's okay for change to happen in workplaces. So I absolutely don't want to give the impression that workers are adamantly opposed to this and the only solution we see is that a flat out ban on machines and computers in the workplace, because firstly that's unacceptable, but two, workers know that it can also help to make decisions in their working lives better as well too. So absolutely don't want to give that impression. Workers are very open to these changes that are happening to workplaces. It's just the process. As you say, there's regulatory elements that are associated with it as well too. There's going to need to be some limits. I don't want to use the word bans, but there are going to need to be some limits around where AI is used in like high risk settings, policing. We have very big concerns around AI being used in decision making without human oversight of that decision making. You know, there's some limits that are going to be placed there. But as you say, there's also going to be an education component that's going to need to sit with all of this. And the Young Workers Centre, we do 200 visits a year at least to schools across Victoria, and we talk about a whole range of issues to keep you safe at work, including sexual harassment. It's a big one for young people, but this is something that absolutely could be included and could be extended to education around your workplace rights. Absolutely, this should be a component that's included in the NES standard, so it's included in the document that every worker gets when they start a new job, through to how do we do training for workers, through to having OHS should have its own course that HSRs can do around the impacts of AI and digitalisation. HSRs can come off the job for one day paid training. Like let's have a absolute trickle-down effect through the whole workforce, so that workers have the chance to learn about it, engage with it, are trained in how to respond to it. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Jess.
Okay, that brings us to the end of our questions for our reps from Victorian Trades Hall. So thank you for your attendance today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, which we've flagged, please forward to the Secretariat by Monday the 16th of September 2024. Yep. You'll be sent a copy of your transcript of your evidence and will have the opportunity to request corrections to any transcript errors. So thank you, and we look forward to receiving the survey and those results. Great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for your time. We'll now pause for a few moments while the CPSU come forward. I welcome representatives of the Community and Public Sector Union to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you are appearing before the committee?
Thanks, Chair. Emma White, CPSU Section Secretary for our members in Services Australia.
Thank you. Stephen McKibney, I'm the Section Secretary for the Meteorology Section of the CPSU.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Matthew Harrison, CPSU Deputy National President.
Thank you all for joining us today. Although the committee does not require witnesses at today's hearing to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standings as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded in Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to members' questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Before we start, I would like to acknowledge the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation and pay my respects to elders past and present, and extend those respects to any Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander people with us today. The Community and Public Sector Union is the primary union representing workers in the Australian Public Service, and members are committed to delivering for the Australian community and take great care and pride in doing so. We welcome the opportunity to appear before this committee today and provide input on the digital transformation of APS workplaces. Our submission and the comments I will make are based on the direct feedback of CPSU members. While the uptake of AI and automation varies across government agencies, we know that AI capabilities are already being used in the APS. A current CPSU survey of APS employees found that over 40% of respondents are aware of the use of AI in their current workplace, and almost a third of them use AI to assist them to do their work. Respondents were largely positive about the impacts of emerging technologies helping them to be more effective and efficient in their roles, but that being said, more than 80% agreed that it is better to take a cautious approach when it comes to AI, even if that means falling behind the private sector. The adoption of AI and automated technology could affect the future of government services in ways that we cannot yet imagine. While there is potential to streamline services and provide better outcomes for the public, the focus must be geared towards improving services rather than cost-cutting. The introduction of AI and automation should complement the work that staff are already undertaking to deliver better outcomes and should be done in a way that ensures the knowledge and expertise of the APS is maintained. There must also be protections in place to ensure workers' industrial rights are upheld and AI tools cannot be used in a punitive way. Government must consider the risks and opportunities and manage them in a way that serves both the public interest and workers. This requires ongoing and meaningful consultation with both workers and the community. I'll just hand over to Emma and Stephen now to give you a bit more detail.
Thanks, Matthew. Thank you, Chair. So thank you for the opportunity to provide evidence to the committee. My name's Emma White. I'm appearing in my capacity as the CPSU Section Secretary for our Services Australia members. Most Australians at some point in their life will engage with Services Australia. We work with community from cradle to grave, as a number of ministers have sort of referred to it as. We see people at their most joyous, we see them at their most vulnerable, and we see them, at some of the saddest points in their lives. Trust, confidence and accountability are core elements of the public service, and they're essential for maintaining public confidence and ensuring effective government. Almost 80% of our APS employees who responded to the survey were concerned that AI in the APS could have the potential to erode that trust. AI should not replace customer-relating roles, and where it is introduced, it should be complementary and supplementary to the work that is being delivered by APS workers. Robodebt highlights that need to ensure that frontline service delivery staff are properly engaged and consulted and listened to where these types of technologies are being considered. Those workers who deal with the systems every day are obviously uniquely placed to be able to identify risks and offer up improvements. And I think that had this happened with Robodebt, we may have had some very different outcomes. Government decisions, whether it's social security, migration or NDIS, can and do have significant impact on people's lives, and we must ensure that accountability, but also that human involvement in those processes is maintained. So currently, like in Services Australia, we've got officers that assess the risk to an individual and how they can be supported prior to making those decisions that affect their social security payments. These are things that we don't believe that AI or automated decision-making processes should actually do. Our members do strongly believe that decision-making should continue to be completed by APS workers, that accountability should remain with a human and not with a computer. That there must be safeguards and safety nets in place so that if AI or automated technologies are used to make recommendations, that final decision does continue to reside with the APS employee. There was also strong concerns from our members that the use of AI-assisted technology in recruitment processes, with around 85% of our survey respondents indicating that this is a concern for them. These tools do a poor job of assessing capabilities and identifying candidates who can perform the role. We're aware in Services Australia that workers with proven track records in these roles are being rated unsuitable and denied opportunities for promotion or permanent positions, while several successful candidates who have then been ill-equipped for the role and then soon leave after. We're also aware that AI programs favouring candidates who use tools such as ChatGPT to improve their application and candidates using generative AI to respond to questions in video interviews and other online processes. So this obviously affects trust and isn't consistent with the merit principle that APS recruitment is upheld by. In recent years, the Merit Protection Commissioner has highlighted issues around the application of the merit principle in selection processes involving AI and automated technology, and that have led to recruitment decisions being overturned. We need to develop and implement strong procedures and practices across the APS about the appropriate use of AI in interview and recruitment processes to ensure that successful applicants are based on merit. That processes still need to be accessible for diverse applicants. There needs to be a strong level of human oversight and engagement with systems in place to ensure that applicants are not disadvantaged by that algorithmic bias or error. There needs to be controls in place to ensure that AI is used to achieve better outcomes for the community and not used as tools to track, manage and discipline workers. I'll hand over to Stephen.
Thank you, Emma, and thank you to the committee for the opportunity to put forward the views of our members today. I want to focus on the importance of worker consultation and on training and development in relation to digital transformation and the adoption of AI technologies in our workplaces. So we know that technological advancements can change the way that people work, frequently in very significant ways. In my own agency, the day-to-day tasks and activities of someone in my role has changed significantly just in the time I have been working. And in the not-too-distant future, the daily activities of someone in my area of work is likely to be almost unrecognisable from what it was when I started as a graduate employee. Over the years, as supercomputing power and computer modelling accuracy has increased, the need for human input into the products that my agency delivers has naturally decreased. Rather than doing the bulk of product generation ourselves, our role is transforming into one of helping our customers and the community understand what that output means for them and how they can use it to make their own decisions. We intervene in product generation to fix known systematic errors, but we'd expect even that level of input would continue to decrease over time. Our job roles and tasks have and continue to change, and similarly so are the skills and abilities that someone needs to perform in the role. I provide this example to highlight why consultation with workers is critical. Technological advancements and AI can have such a big impact on job roles and duties. When we surveyed workers across the APS, 97% of respondents agreed that workers should be consulted in the implementation of emerging technologies in their workplace. However, of the 40% who were aware of AI being used in their current workplace, only 1 in 5 claim that workers were consulted prior to its introduction. Far too often we see decisions being made without workers being properly consulted or involved in design. Employers must be required to consult with their employees when it comes to the introduction and use of emerging technologies so that workers will have their voices heard. Consultation isn't just important because of the impacts on employees, it's also critical in ensuring optimum outcomes for business, industry, and in the case of the work of our members, for government. The expertise and knowledge of workers can provide valuable insights. Our members know their work best, they take pride in the services they deliver to the Australian community, and their knowledge needs to be valued in order to avoid mistakes. It's also critical that such consultation is genuine. Too often we have seen in the past token consultation, where a decision has already been made and there's no real ability for workers' input to affect the outcome. It also needs to be ongoing, considering the constantly evolving nature of emerging technologies and their impacts. Finally, I wanted to quickly highlight the importance of relevant training and support for workers. Workers must be supported with relevant training and skills development to ensure they can adapt and aren't left behind during the introduction of AI and can continue to perform meaningful work. Critically, we must also ensure that workers are supported and equipped to use AI and automated technologies at work. Concerningly, more than 93% of respondents to our survey said they had not received any training on the use of AI at work, and almost half rated their current level of understanding of AI as being poor. This is particularly important for government decision-making processes. Only 1/3 of respondents who use AI to assist them with making decisions said they understood what data the system was trained on. So we need adequate training to build an aware and skilled workforce that knows not only how to use AI, but can identify issues such as biases or errors in order to mitigate risks and deliver for the Australian community.
Thank you. I've got a few questions before we go to the other committee members, and thank you for raising robo-debt, because this inquiry is a lot broader than just AI. It talks about digital transformation of workplaces, and robo-debt is an example of what went wrong, if we can be really blunt about it. And I do want to acknowledge that if the previous government had listened to the concerns being raised by Service Australia employees, we might have been on top of it a lot sooner. So if we could sort of look at that as an example, and if you could, because we know that workers were flagging concerns, even my own Services Australia workers in my electorate were raising it with me, just, do you know this is happening? What can we do about it? So thinking retrospectively, yes, we've had a Royal Commission, it's had a number of recommendations. What do you believe that we need to do to prevent another robo-debt? So how do we change the consultation of change clauses so that those concerns can be listened to, not just from a worker perspective, but also as a client perspective?
Yeah, I think it goes to that consultation, the provisions, whether it's in the NES, as Ms Bosler talked in the previous session, or even within the federal, sort of agreements that are across the APS. We have had a recent change around that consultation that talks about, consultation required for the material impact on employees. I think the problem here is that we don't necessarily know what those impacts are, that this technology is implemented in incremental components, and it's sort of flagged as, well, it's just your job or it's just upskilling, and it's not seen as an actual change. But I think in terms of Robodebt, what it told us is that there is still a real veil of secrecy around these types of technology, and at what point it's appropriate for staff to be engaged. And I guess what we would say is, if there is something to be learned from Robodebt, is that it is never too early to engage with and consult with workers. As I said, they are doing this every day. They are talking to our community every single day. They're using the systems every single day. They've been through iterations of systems. They know the workarounds and all those types of things that are there. If they are not engaged up front, then you will not be able to understand what those impacts are. And I think, again, it goes to that equal access of information, that the government and agencies consult with employees with what they think they need to know, but we don't always have that equal access of information as to what are these programs actually doing, where's the data being stored and what's the data being trained on. As we're processing applications each and every day, is that data then learning from what we're doing, which is then using our skills and our experience that then potentially makes us redundant, which is why people have said that it has to be about accountable, and it shouldn't be a system that is accountable. It needs to be the human, and they need to be able to explain and reason out that decision, not simply be going, yes, that pattern was correct, or yes, that's validated. That is something I think that the community would say is a necessary thing for the public service. So I think from Robodebt, it really is about engagement, proper engagement, early, genuine consultation that actually listens to. Robodebt told us that we needed to stay in our place, to stay in our lane, that there were people wiser and more knowledgeable than us that were, knew what was happening, and, well, we know that they knew exactly what they were doing. And so even, as you said, when we wrote directly as a worker to the Secretary, that it was ignored. And I think it goes to those measures that AI must have its own separate consultation requirement, because if we leave it to what is currently there, then the same situation could emerge.
So the Victorian Trades Hall submission and a few others have said that there needs to be special consideration when it comes to high-risk settings. Would you say Services Australia or any other part of the Commonwealth, it's a big body of workers and a big body of work that's done, are high risk, and why?
I think Services Australia, NDIA, immigration, some of the healthcare assessments, that's probably sort of off the... Mr Harrison might have further.
I was just going to say, just on Robodebt, Chair, I think Robodebt is a perfect example of why we should be incredibly cautious with automation and AI. It was a very simple automated process that people would have thought, this is not a big thing, we don't need to consult, it's not a big deal. It had a massive detrimental outcome for people, for workers and for the community. And if there had been consultation at the beginning, workers could have alerted management to that. If they'd been listened to while it was happening, we could have stopped some of the damage. So it's a very simple little process that people think, oh, it's not a big deal. And this is the problem. We don't understand yet what could happen. We put in a new process. We think it's this simple thing. It's going to be great, but it could have some real detriment. And there's so much uncertainty, and what people need from the government is certainty, not uncertainty. So we need to be very careful and do things cautiously. And consultation and training are two of the things that I think can help us wherever it is, whether they are high-risk areas or not. We don't know what outcome could happen if we're using AI, because we just don't know how it works.
So an obvious place for reform or recommendations for us is the Fair Work Act. But given that you're the representatives of the Commonwealth public sector, have you had any other engagements on digital transformation in workplaces with, say, the Public Service Commissioner or with other task forces that are looking at this issue?
We have had some engagement. Things are moving slowly, though. There's been a big, you probably know, there's been a co-pilot trial within the public service, and we have been engaging with that. But things are happening very slowly, as you see from our survey. There's not a lot. Some of our members are using it, but a lot of them are using it on their own. It's not something that they are being, that they've been told to use. So they're unaware of what could be happening. So we're not aware of everything that's happening at the moment. So.
Have you had any workers who've, say, used ChatGPT and then been pulled up on it because it can be obvious sometimes when you use ChatGPT that you've used the technology? It kind of spits out the same words. It spells mum M-O-M as opposed to M-U-M. And how has that been managed in a workplace sense?
We do know that people use it. I mean, where we've seen it most is people using it, as Ms White said, in applications for jobs and people getting through and actually getting jobs, because the problem has been that in large recruitment rounds, AI is the only thing that people don't get talk to a human being. They go through the round and it's AI that decides whether they're right for the position or not. And then when they get to the other side, they're not able to do the role. And a lot of it's because they've used things like ChatGPT to write their applications for them.
Okay, so it's a problem with recruitment that we're not getting the most qualified applicants in some cases because of the way they're submitting it. What about in the workplace, whether people might just be going, look, rather than churning out the press release myself or the report myself, I'll ask ChatGPT. Have you had any members that have been pulled into discipline meetings around using AI in the workplace when it's not authorised to?
Not that I know, but I could talk to our member service centre who deal with our individual grievances, and we could come back if we've got some of those examples for you. I do know that, with the co-pilot trial, people have been allowed to use those things and to trial that. So there may not be lots of those examples, but we can see if we can find those examples for you.
Is there one of the challenges that we've had with ChatGPT, and it's come up in another hearing, another inquiry that we've had around AI in schools, is it's quite basic in the sense that it kind of gobbled up everything that was on the internet, and then it kind of, the way large language model, it just kind of, there's a lot of bias within the material, like gender, First Nations, LGBTIQ. It kind of isn't appropriate to be used within the Australian context for anything. Is there concern about the misuse of it within the public service? Like, should we be looking at, is it an appropriate tool for the Australian government to be using, or is it not?
Yeah, and I think, especially with ChatGPT, I know with Copilot, similar large language model, that that the problem with ChatGPT is, where does that information go that you input in there? What is happening with that information? Are you putting in information that is then being taken? That could be, it may not be particularly secret information, but it could be information about the agency. Where does that go if you don't know? And I think for some of these things, if you're going to be able to be sure that that the information you're putting in is staying private, that's going to cost a lot of money. Those are you have to rely on an external company to either provide you with, like, so ChatGPT, that's OpenAI. It's not Australian government. If you're going to have some sort of large language model that you're using, or something similar to that, that's going to be a lot more expensive than having it from an external agency or company. And that's a problem too if you don't have the expertise within the public sector to, the IT expertise to be able to understand how it works and where it's going and how to keep that information private and how to keep those things safe.
On workers' privacy, and sort of, can you just talk us through some examples that you've got in in your submission, it talked about surveillance of workers currently within our public service. What does that look like? Like, we've heard that in call centres, it's kind of someone monitoring over you, it's how many interactions that you might have with the computer. What does it look like within our Commonwealth public service?
So currently, call centre workers have all their activities monitored. So all calls are recorded. Everything that your keystrokes, screens can be recorded as well, so that it's capturing where you're moving and what screens you're sort of going into and coming out of. What it then does is that there's overarching then sort of monitoring around what task we designated to do for that 15-minute block, and making sure that then that monitoring system then matches with what you were supposed to be doing. So it then essentially, under what is called adherence, you work out whether you were adherent for the day, where you were essentially doing what you were supposed to do at the time that you were supposed to do it. And again, data can not always capture the true story of that, because if you were supposed to go to a lunch break but you had a customer call that went over, then there's a flow on for that the rest of the day. And I guess in terms of those emerging technologies at the moment, whilst all calls are recorded, there is a limit to how many of those calls can then be monitored by a human. There's only so many that a human can get through in every single day. And so for my organisation, where we've got 30,000 employees, whereas you look at emerging technologies, then every single one of those calls that are recorded, every single one of them could also potentially be monitored, be assessed, have that feedback given back to them, and you then start to move into that sort of situation where staff are then being provided with so much detail about what they're doing for the day that it's then hard to kind of, what is it that they're supposed to be doing, and then that feedback, what's then the training that comes with it? Is it always negative? Because it then picks up that if you only did this, if you didn't do this one thing, then that entire call is then seen as not being a positive call, whereas everything else actually went fine. It's just that you may not have said Batman, or you may not have done that, but it doesn't actually mean that the outcome for the customer was a bad outcome. So I think that it's that scale of modelling that and sort of monitoring that can be done, but it's also then moves into, as Ms Harrison said, that punitive, where it's then used as tools against workers, rather than actually looking at a tool that is about delivering a better outcome for the community, and balancing that with the need for training and having more skilled, highly skilled officers delivering those outcomes. So I think that is some of the concerns that our members have, and it was something that for Workers in Services Australia that was very strong in that round of bargaining, that the current monitoring provisions that we had maintained in our enterprise agreement, it was a priority to continue to maintain those, and that was a fight with the organisation to do that, and with emerging technologies, that is of real concern about how do we then capture that monitoring with new technologies going forward.
I've just got a question for our Bureau of Meteorology, if I can, and then Anne might have some questions. Every day it feels like we're breaking another weather record. Like, it's the hottest day in August that we've ever experienced. Hail in August in Central Victoria, which we've never had before. We've got flooding going on in the south. Our weather patterns are changing, and the pressure that's on the BOM to give us, regular, constant, accurate data and updates is like, it's kind of like the pressure that your members must be under must be pretty big right now. Even just seeing my app going crazy because we're in Victoria, and the winds today, like every day there's a new crisis going on somewhere. Has technology helped in any way? And is there, if there is one area where we could sort of see the benefits of sort of digital transformation, is it in your sector, or is it hindering in the sense that we're taking humans away? Like, where's the intersection going on within the BOM?
Yeah, thank you for that question. That is an interesting one to think of. Where is that intersection between how much human input is needed and how much... I mean, the fact is that supercomputing power and modelling means that the computer model output of weather forecasts is improving. Like, it's becoming more accurate. Like, we can track that and verify that. And so, like, those sort of technological advancements certainly do help our work and what we do. And there's still some of what we do that would benefit from a level of automation, like, where we know there are systemic biases in the output, and then we can come in and fix those. But because we know of those systemic biases, then our modelers can also try and work to get them fixed, so that we don't have to jump in and do that work, and we can spend more of our time actually communicating to the public about the severe weather that's coming and that sort of thing. So, yeah, I think we're probably a bit unique compared to some other agencies, though, where we talk about, like, especially the use of AI and stuff, where we can see the output, like we can look at a weather observation and see whether the model was correct or not, and then we can adjust it accordingly. But I think some of the decisions that our members in agencies more in, like Ms White's section, where there might be a level of subjectivity to decisions that are being made, or extenuating circumstances that need to be considered in making the decisions, that's probably where there's the use of AI and digital transformations is sort of more critical in terms of thinking about how we use it.
Do you find when the humans raise concerns, there's that level of, like, because it's more science-based, there is that, it's a greater, I guess, collaboration when those concerns are raised? Do you think it's more of a cultural thing because it's a science-based agency?
Yeah, probably. I mean, yeah, certainly we are... Our work is a little bit different in that respect, and certainly the input that we have, I think it's sort of like a collaborative thing between the technology and then the human input as well. So what was the...
Yeah, I was just sort of, so, someone who's doing the analysis says, hey, I think there's a problem with the algorithm. Okay, why do you say that? Where if you were to say that in Services Australia, it's like, trust the machine, do your work, kind of. Yes. Is it a cultural difference because of the nature of the work that you do? I think it probably
is, yes, for sure. We have an element of, there's the output, but we also have, we have experts who know what is going into that, and then we have the experts who look at what comes out and then compares that against observations and can say, we're having this systemic error happen here, and it can, we can go back to the people who input the data and go, okay, well, what can we fix here that's going to change that? So it's probably a little bit more unique and different in that way, like you said, from a cultural perspective, because of the kind of work that we do.
Do you have that same level of concern within, say, a more kind of science-based agency? I'm starting to sound a bit futuristic there, aren't I? Around surveillance, because we know it's real in a more call centre environment, but is that level of surveillance over workers present within other agencies?
I'm not aware of it within our own agency, and I was involved in our last round of enterprise agreement bargaining, and we sort of brought that up during the bargaining process, and I'm quite comfortable that it's not something that's happening within our agency at the moment. But as we've heard, it is something that is happening in other agencies, and sort of who knows where it could lead. There's also, I guess, we heard about examples of the actual kind of work that people are doing being monitored, but also things like, tracking when people are arriving. We all have access swipe cards to work now, tracking how often people are, turning up into the office, how often are they leaving for coffee breaks, that sort of thing, I guess is something we'd need to keep an eye on into the future. But it's not something I'm aware of that's happening within my agency at the moment, but we've heard it certainly does in others.
Mm-hmm. Ms Stanley.
Thank you. Ms White, you talked about the accountability processes for Services Australia making decisions. I'm assuming there's currently, before it gets to a client services officer, people have to go online through the app, name, date of birth, blah, 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 blah. So there's a certain amount of decisions made before it gets to a client service officer anyway. Are your officers comfortable that those decisions, when they get to them, are correct?
I think currently it would probably depend on the type of payment as to the level of, if you like, automation. So probably I would say our students area is probably the most advanced in that, in terms of from input to at what stage there's then the human intervention. As you get closer probably towards more parenting payments, disability payments, then there is a higher level or probably an earlier level. So I think there's probably varying levels of concern about the accuracy of data. I think at the moment what we would say is that a lot of it is, I think transposing is probably a way that what the customer enters into is then essentially uploaded into what the customer service officer then sees. In terms of whether it's advanced, if you like, it's sort of triage from this pool to that pool, it still then enables the officer to kind of then say, well, actually it's come to this pool when it's gone, when it should have actually gone over to that pool. So there's still an ability for officers to intervene and move that. And I think that's really where the strong sense of that human interactions and human understanding, and I think these algorithms and codes that tend to try and follow patterns, the problem for us is that social security legislation is super complex, but it's complex because every single person that we deal with is individual, and those individual circumstances will change over time. And each time that we then interact with that person, whilst their history is part of that, we don't then deal with them in a way because you had that, then we deal with you in this way. And there's potential that, you're in this postcode at this school with this illness, that we're then going to treat you this way, where if you happen to be in the next suburb over that's more affluent with a private school and no illness, then, we'll move you that way if we go to, sort of profiling type systems, which, these emerging technologies could potentially do. So I think, in terms of current, there's still a level of discontent, but it's probably more so, I would say, around the actual IT systems and their capabilities than it is about the automation of the current data, because there is still multiple intervention points.
Okay. So when you say concerns about the IT, is the IT not capable? Well, you may not want to say that. I can. Nobody's going to yell at me. Is the IT not capable for the questions that's being asked so your operators are clearly highly skilled. They know how to work around, you said. But are they as workarounds every day, every month, every hour? And is that because what's being pumped through it is just so complex now, it was never built for that?
Yeah, I think it's maybe a mixture of all the above. So there's multiple what we would refer to as legacy systems. So from whether it's Medicare, child support, or sort of Centrelink programs, the child support program has been deemed end of life and hasn't yet been replaced. It hasn't
died yet?
No, it continues to calculate. There is an attached system to it that was developed but wasn't able to deliver, I guess, what was hoped. There's a number of different programs being worked on in that Centrelink sort of space to try and modernise those systems, but it still does mean that our officers, sometimes within a single interaction with a customer, are having to use multiple different systems. In some instances, they may need to input that into those multiple systems. Sometimes it's just working, taking this from there, and sometimes it's putting it on both. So I think that IT is probably a challenge. And then with the kind of modernisation of MyGov, trying to integrate it into sort of older legacy systems as well is problematic. So there's a lot more maybe manual handling there.
Sure. Which is another stress for your members,
Yes.
clearly. Your description of monitoring of calls of your members, they're falling out because they didn't use Batman, I think was the way that you described it. I have some experience in that background. How are clients and the way that they respond to you? How is that factored into your members' scores, or however they decide you've done the call properly or not? How does that come into account? Because ultimately the way that you talk to the person who's on the phone is their level of experience, their level of education, whether they're First Nations, whether they're English is their first language. You know, having to use Batman in every call, and I know what you're getting to, I understand what you mean, may not be appropriate. So how does that at the moment deal with?
There is a bit of a current process to try and look at some of those monitoring forms to try and make them a little bit easier, to make them more in line with that kind of customer outcome. But it is still a concern that, you know, if a macro is developed for, you know, a particular workflow, if the officer hasn't used that macro, but they've still gone through all of the steps and got all the information and recorded it correctly, that it could still come out as that being, you know, as scored as I said, like as a no. So I think there is still work to do for that, because I think that's what our staff are focused on, is that we should be being assessed on those outcomes for the customer, and sometimes, you know, that is it is sometimes an individual assessment about, is it appropriate to talk to this customer about online services? Is it appropriate to talk to this customer about, you know, X, Y, or Z, even though, you know, the kind of tick box macro says that you need to. And it is a judgment call at that time as to potentially where that call is going to go or what's going to happen as to whether you do that. But in terms of the overall outcome for the customer, it doesn't then mean that it is. So I think I would say that there's probably some recognition from the agency around trying to improve that, but some of that is then, you know, a little bit separate to the overall monitoring, because again, depending on what's being monitored, whether it's the call time, whether it's the time that the staff then spend taking notes after the call has ended, or whether they're having to keep the customer on the call in order to complete that transaction, because if they don't, then the next call is going to drop in and they then don't get. So it's sort of all related.
And one customer could take a differing amount of time depending on their own emotional state. Like, you might speak to me today and it's a quick call because it's easy or whatever, but next week it may be totally different.
Yeah.
And the expertise of your members would need to be able to change that, and I'm not sure AI is going to capture that.
Yeah, and I think that is the great concern, that I guess the bells and whistles of AI being promoted, that, you know, it can generate empathy and it can essentially, you know, speak back and that sort of thing. But is it true empathy, and is it truly taking account of the customer's circumstances? And that, as you said, is the very skilled work that our members do, like every single day with, you know, 55 million calls or something, and that's the calls that we're able to answer. So
yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
I have to say, you're getting on top of those calls. I used to have someone assigned full-time to assist with Services Australia work, and they're now getting maybe one call a week. So well done.
The
Just
increase,
in
the
2 years.
increase in staff certainly
Yeah.
assists with that.
It's extraordinary, the turnaround, so full credit to your members and the work that they're doing.
Thank you.
But that brings us to the end of your evidence today. So thank you for your attendance. It's been, if you've been asked to provide any additional information or offered to provide any, please forward to the Secretariat by Monday, the 16th of September 2024. You'll be sent a copy of your transcript of your evidence and will have the opportunity to request corrections to any transcript errors. So thank you. I can see that we have our 11:30 witnesses that are here. I just wanted to check if they're good to go now or if we should have... Yep, great, fantastic. So we will just pause for a moment whilst the SDA, the shop distribute... Sorry, I always get caught up on that. I should know it by now. The SDA will come and join us with just making their way forward. And the member for Holt, just for all of those who are listening, has joined us online as well. So I'm sure Ms. Fernando will have questions for us.
Yes, Chair.
Don't worry, Cassandra, we're not expecting you to start yet.
Oh, okay.
For committee members, just to note, the Australian Manufacturing Workers Union were a late apology for today, so we'll try and catch them up in the future. Okay. Excellent. I'd like to welcome representatives of the SDA to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you are appearing before the committee?
Bernard Joseph Smith. I'm the New South Wales Branch Secretary of the SDA.
Nicholas Starenfirth. I'm the Executive Director of the John Curtin Research Centre.
Anushka, and a team member from Goods Fulfillment Centre, Trugnina.
Sally Martins, I'm a team member for the Distribution Centre.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require witnesses at today's hearing to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament, and therefore has the same standings as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'd now like to invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to members' questions. I'd also like to acknowledge our workers that have joined us. It really helps us to understand the full extent of this issue when we have people from the shop floor present. So thank you for being part of today's hearing.
Thank you. The SDA is, of course, the union for retail, fast food, online retail and warehouse workers. Our members are definitely feeling the impacts of technological change and automation in their daily working lives. Retailers are increasingly allocating work and communicating with workers through apps and deploying automation both front and back of house. Traditional warehouses are changing, with new automated warehouses opening with smaller workforces. You'll hear from Sally and Anushka about their experiences in a semi-automated warehouse and a fully automated fulfilment centre. Allocation of tasks in online retail and warehousing is driven by algorithms specifying how, when, and at what pace a task must be completed. It will continue to change how work is done in our industries. We recognise that productivity gains that automation can bring, but it only benefits our community if these gains are equitably shared. And for workers, that includes work that is secure, safe, and where workers receive a fair share in productivity gains. Technological change should not be used to create unsafe workplaces or to enable unfair work practices or surveillance. For industry to capture the full potential of automation also requires workers that have the skills to work with automated technology. Whether new technology is regarded as good or bad will depend on how it is deployed, and if it is done in an inclusive way or a consultative way and a labour augmenting way or not, and you'll hear from Nick more about that, and whether the potential benefits of productivity growth are equitably shared across our community or hoarded to a narrow cohort. We're not modern-day King Canutes. We're not trying to hold back some tide of technological change, but we're not naive to what that change means as well. We think we're at a crossroads where we can take a high-road approach of shared prosperity through well-implemented use of technology that creates stable, secure and sustainable jobs with growing productivity shared amongst workers, capital and the community, or a low-road approach that deploys technology and allocates the spoils for the benefit of a few. Areas that need to be considered in achieving a high-road, high-benefit approach must include consultation on technological change, including work design, ensuring we have the skills required for new technology, including pathways for workers to move to new forms of work, that the use of AI and new technology should not be regulation-free, the technology to allocate work, whether apps, rostering, software, algorithms and surveillance technology, can be used to either consolidate work with stable, predictable hours of work at a sustainable rate, or alternatively used to atomise work into an always-on-call, gig-like, fastest finger gets the shift world of perpetually insecure work with unsustainable KPIs and excessive workload. We should choose the former. Surveillance at work should also be used to protect workers, but should not be used to dehumanise work, make it unsustainable, or to infringe on freedom of association or the right to organise. There is a legitimate role for surveillance, including AI, to keep workers safe. For example, CCTV footage in shops to deter or identify offenders who abuse, intimidate or assault retail workers. But we should not use technology and surveillance unreasonably, with unreasonable measures of time on task, seeking to remove every bit of downtime between tasks or discouraging normal human interaction in the workplace. That is unsafe and unsustainable surveillance. Workers should not be subject to surveillance outside of work, whether physically, online or virtually, no matter where that may technically take place, including outside jurisdictions our members work in. We have an obligation to ensure digital transformation leads to good work, sustainable work where prosperity is shared. The productivity dividend generated by the digital transformation must be shared for social cohesion and shared prosperity. This must include mechanisms to ensure a fair wages share of productivity growth, secure and sustainable work, and, where possible, reduced working hours with no reduction in pay, including reviewing the length of the working week and the introduction of 5 weeks of annual leave. We're at a crossroads and we have a choice to make. When social media took off, it was heralded as a potential golden age of participatory democracy, social connection and access to information, but only if it was allowed to expand unfettered by regulation. Sadly, what has unfolded is very different to that in reality. It is a mixed bag, including sometimes a digital sewer of misinformation and exploitation, an unregulated digital Wild West. We should not make the same mistake or fall for the same line, but the only way AI can be implemented is if it is unregulated. This is not true. Regulation, along with consultation on the introduction of AI technology and work co-design, can steer us towards the digital high road rather than the digital low road. Algorithms, software and platforms and coding are not impartial or values-free. They have the preferences and bias of the code that they are built on or of those who pay for them to be built. Algorithms, coding and software and their implementation should not be regulation-free either, and other jurisdictions are looking into this overseas. We have been down this path before, dealing with technological change. This time, of course, it is faster and more pervasive, but we can choose which path we take, like we have before. I'll hand over to Sally to give you a description of her workplace.
Thank you, Sally.
So I work in a semi-automated site. From the time we receive the pallets in, we have human interaction with the pallets, as in receiving them. The forklift then takes them off, so that's human. But once they go from the forklift into the infeed, they then off to the automated system where they go into a high bay storage area, waiting. Then they wait, which is massive. I think it holds 60,000 pallets. They then wait there for them to be called down to be depalletised as such, and they go into, once they come down from the high bay, they get their plastic cut off them, and then they go upstairs and they either get depalletised, auto-depalletised or manual depalletised. The manual generally is just when we need to split cases, or if the top layer isn't even, something to that extent. They go into a tray, which goes down what we call a monash, where there's lots of different levels of roads that they go down, conveyors.
Hopefully it's a bit safer than the Monash.
Much safer. And they then land into a case buffer where they sit and wait to be then palletised for stores. and then they're called down to be palletised for the stores. The robots actually palletise them. They know exactly where they go on the pallet. And if there's a pallet crush or something, a case crush, then humans will go in and fix that crush. Because if the cartons aren't all in the correct position, the pallet won't stack properly and possibly fall later. So once it goes through that system, it gets wrapped and automatically, and then what we call an AGV, an automatic guided vehicle, comes and picks them up and takes them out to the marshalling floor, waiting to be put on a trailer for store. And once they're in that section, once again a team member human comes and picks them up and puts them in the trailer for store. So there's quite a lot of human activity in there, but the heavy work is mainly done by the robots. So it reduces manual handling injuries, reduces time off work for those, and pain for people. So it's a much safer environment.
Thank you. Was there anyone else making comments? Great.
Hi everyone. I've worked as an online shopper at Coles for almost a year until this whole transition to robots happened. And I was a bit skeptical at first when I started working at the new Coles Fulfillment Centre in Truganina because it's robots taking over our jobs, and it sounded a bit scary and crazy at first. But then as I started working there, I realized that although robots, they took over what we were doing at stores, picking and packing orders for the customers, it created double the amount of work, but also created double the amount of work opportunities for the people as well. And I've realized that it's not the robots taking over our jobs. We've kind of just worked our way around this thing, and we're working with it instead of just the robots doing all the work for us. And it also created a learning opportunity for me and other people to grow in our careers as well. So it's a really good transition that's happening, seeing these robots packing hundreds and thousands of orders within a few minutes instead of people doing it in person and packing maybe, let's say, 10 orders at a time. So, yeah, thank you.
Nick, did you want to add anything at this point, or shall we ask some questions?
No, I'd like to. Thanks, Chair.
Yep.
So through the Chair, thanks for the opportunity to speak alongside the real experts in this field, Sally and Anushka. They're the people we should be really listening to. Just want to just set out the John Curtin Research Centre's assumptions in working in this field. The foundation of our thinking is, in terms of this complex issue, it's really quite simple. Human beings and working people should not be treated like commodities to be sort of bought and sold on a free market. And the approaches that we've taken in terms of major industrial and economic change, whether it's industrial revolution or previous waves of automation in the economy through the 50s and 60s onwards, we shouldn't be looking to sort of reinvent the wheel. Whether an algorithm or a human being is drawing up a roster, the same way of thinking about human dignity should apply. So, we think that, if harnessed properly and fairly, automated decision-making, machine learning techniques have, major, potentially huge benefits for productivity, wealth creation, and living standards in Australia. But if we're to replace the if with the will, we need to be thinking about whole of society and whole of economy responses, particularly institutional responses. We need to be thinking how the benefits of digitalisation and artificial intelligence can be shared through improved opportunities for developing skills and maintaining and improving workplace wages and conditions. Now, that will require legislation, in many cases, that is responsive to the human impact and acknowledges, the pace of change and the opportunities and challenges which accrue with that change. Most importantly, workplaces need a culture of not only embracing AI and digitalisation for augmentation, not the replacement of work. So in short, AI and the digital transformation of work and workplaces has to work for working people, not vice versa. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got two sets of questions. The first, the second is around rostering, which we'll pick up on just what Nick flagged. But the first I wanted to ask just in relation to both of your work. And if you think about retail, it's probably had the biggest disruption in terms of digital transformation than any other industry, particularly when it comes to the intersection with everyday Australians. Like, online shopping has changed, and one of the big fears was that it would take away workers. It would, replace jobs. But what we're learning, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that there's a similar number of people employed. They've just changed the work that they're doing. Would that be correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So perhaps you could then just talk us through when that change occurred, because then sometimes it happened overnight. Did your employer take you through sort of a consultational change or training from the role you previously had to what your new role would be, and how was that organised in your workplace?
So they did organize meetings and a whole consultation period and gave us choices if we wanted to work at stores or change our role and work at the new CFC instead. And they specified everything, how the work was going to be, if the work was going to be very heavy, which they specified wasn't the case, because this whole change actually, what we're doing at the CFC, they've reduced manual labor, and we don't have to bend over to pick heavy things, and it's the machines helping us out do the work in a new way instead of the conventional way. So that's what they discussed with us in the meetings, and they gave us the option to, if we wanted to change as well.
So what sort of role, so the human role then is to kind of, correct the machines when they make a mistake. Is that sort of, it's more of a kind of, what's the role today for the workers versus the machines?
As I was working as an online shopper before, my old role was to basically pack orders for the customers. But at the new place, what we're doing is the robots are doing the packing, and we're just making sure that the crates are filled with the items that the robots need to pack.
Right, so you're doing the double checking, the human oversight to make sure they've got the order correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to add to that, Nadine. Think about the old way of doing it. The worker went to the goods.
Yeah.
Now the goods comes to the worker. So sometimes it's checking, sometimes it's still picking the goods, but it's being brought to the worker to do that work instead. So that's probably the fundamental change in terms of the scale that the CFC works on.
Yeah. And how's that impacting, say, local supermarkets? Like, so federal member for Bendigo, our Coles and Woolworths they're still kind of dual places where you can do your own shopping, your online shopping and packing for a delivery, or your click and collect. So is your new place of work, is that having an impact on any other jobs in your other centres, or is it keeping up with the growth?
So in both Sydney and Melbourne, they're metro focused, so they cover the metropolitan area. So once you get out beyond that, they don't have that stretch in terms of they're still packed out of the stores, because that last mile is quite instructive.
Critical.
Yeah, so you find that those areas aren't currently affected until there's enough volume perhaps to build another centre in another space. So what we see, for example, is that I can speak from the New South Wales perspective, there's been no job losses or diminution of hours. It's been a movement of people from one to another. So some people have stayed in the stores, others have moved to the CFC. When they move to the CFC, again, reflective of the increased productivity, there's a 10% premium effectively that they get on the wage they would have otherwise got at the store. So there's a wage premium associated with that.
And is that recognition of the skill as well, that 10% bump?
Well, I'd say the work is very similar, but it's actually the productivity goes up. So it's about sharing some of the productivity. Also at Anushka's site, we look after the people who do all the technical work at the site as well. And so that's a new range of jobs with a company called Ocado. And it was a world first union agreement negotiated with them. They operate around the world. And they're very good quality jobs with high pay. They're about $140,000 a year in terms of it all. So people who are technicians who might have moved from being a fridge mechanic technician into working with the new robotics on these sites.
So your evidence is really valuable because we've heard a lot of cases when a company or employer hasn't engaged the workforce, it's gone pear-shaped very quickly. But what you're saying is that if that consultation occurs effectively and appropriately and properly, you can get good outcomes for all.
Yes, those opportunities exist. So just this morning I've been in touch with one of the companies about some issues about a transition, and we will work through those issues. If we're not there present and not working together consultatively, then those workers would miss out on some of those benefits that are there to be had. And I think there's a lot of work to be done into the future because companies won't implement this technology unless it does displace some work. But it's important that the work that continues to exist is well-paid work, is better paid work, and that there's pathways for people to go from one sort of work to another if possible. So we've been talking to companies too about the option for people to train from being a packer to be a technician, if that's what the pathway they want. How do we create those pathways for people as well?
So just on rostering, I was a little bit alarmed when I read the submission, and then it's come up a few times about sort of AI or the algorithms starting to populate rosters. It sort of takes the local control away in some ways, and so your store manager or someone might know the nature of a site, sort of, you know, which teams work best together. If somebody might have disclosed something that's very personal that they want to take into consideration with their rostering, that can be accommodated when it's kind of organised by a person, but equally it could have the negative impact in that if you have a clash. So can you talk us through the rostering challenge when it comes to the intersection with technology, and then kind of any sort of ways that you can see a solution to that?
Yeah, I'll probably put it into two parts, and this is more so in the stores than in the CFC. The CFCs and the warehouses are far more fixed shifts, whereas the stores have far more dynamic shift arrangements. Again, the technology can be used for good, or it can be used in a cheap, non-consultative way. So where the rosters are allocated, most retailers would say to us that 75 to 80% of their core hours are core hours. They don't really change from week to week. And then there's other ones which have variability in it. If you use the technology to properly populate the base roster with solid core permanent hours, that's a good use of it. If you use the fastest finger, I'll offer a shift whenever it comes up approach, a bit like a gig style, you can use it that way as well, and that's a atomising of the work. That sort of leaves people hanging on the app all the time. So I think that the current application of it is a bit of a halfway house. What we are seeing is a number of retailers starting to consolidate base hours by looking at people's availability and the availability of the shifts. And sometimes the technology can be very useful in that way because they won't want to keep a worker in their own department, or a department manager might want to keep a good worker in their department. This enables work across departments. So that can be good. But if additional shifts are just who hits the button first, that's not good. So we had one example with a retailer where a mother had trained their 5-year-old son to hit the button on the way to school every morning because the shifts are offered at the one time every day. And so there she was driving to school, phone bings, son hits the button. Now the good thing is we had a relationship with that retailer, we discussed it with them, they've changed their practices. But that's the risk. You've either got the virtual hungry mile tethered to your app, or you've got a method of trying to consolidate work. So that's one part of it. The second part is then how much work is offered. So what I do think is a problem, I think that we're making progress on consolidating work for people, making more sustainable jobs potentially. We just started down that path. I think one of the greater risks is work intensity at the moment, and that the way that the apps work is to try to take out every gap in somebody's day, which doesn't account for things like customers, or spillages, or just human interactions between tasks. That's a risk which I think means that stores have been understaffed in terms of the number of hours, which is a problem that needs to be addressed.
Do you have any sort of examples of how other jurisdictions might be sort of, you know, addressing this issue at that sort of regulation or legislative level?
Well, it's early days now, but I would say that probably the two jurisdictions that I'm aware of that are the most advanced are California. They've got something called the Warehouse Workers Protection Act, which particularly deals with the KPIs that workers can be expected to meet. Because, again, when you're picking manually, if the goods come to you, they come to you, but if you're picking manually, the algorithm will set a path for you to follow to pick the goods, and also they'll set a rate that you have to pick the goods at, and try to keep up with that rate can be quite problematic. Companies like Amazon are the worst case example of stretching people as far as they possibly can. So there's been some good work in California. There's some work in Spain about being able to look inside algorithms a bit and how do you look at how work is allocated. And I think that the EU more broadly is looking at the it's called PAIR, I always forget what it stands for, but it's about artificial intelligence regulation and how do you look at regulating it in a way that doesn't stop it, but means it works for everybody rather than just for the few.
Can I just add to that, Chair, just very briefly? I mean, I think consultation and common sense is really key here. You know, I've just had a flashback to my previous life in retail. You know, both being rostered on and also rostering on workers. You know, Bernie mentioned California and Spain. In terms of, you know, best practice consultation and cooperation, I mean, speaking for the John Curtin Research Centre, you know, lots of lessons from Germany to take on board here. You know, whether it's, you know, at an industry level and economy-wide level of thinking about co-determination, but also work councils where you have ongoing communication lines between the workforce and employers. You know, Anushka's sort of spoken about some of the interaction there, but we think that this, you know, the use of AI in the workforce has to involve more formalised consultation between workers and their representatives. It can't simply be on an ad hoc, reactive basis, and, you know, where applicable, that sort of consultation should be mandatory and written into our workplace laws. It's not quite true that we only get one chance to get this right, but this is a huge seismic change, and we, you know, we have to do our utmost to get this right for workers like Sally and Anushka and people who will come after them.
I've got one more question, then we're going to have some questions from Ms Fernando, who's joined us online, and then finish with Ms Stanley. So right now in your workplaces, do you feel confident raising concerns or questions that you've got about what's going on in your workplace?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Great.
Yes.
Excellent. Ms Fernando, you've got the call.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, sorry. Okay, I've got a few questions. I'm going to Benny. How are you?
We can all hear you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay, cool. When WorkJam and my team was introduced, there was no support around it, and there was and employees were not consulted. Since then, has the work changed? And go both to the union and also to Anushka.
Look, WorkJam probably doesn't affect Anushka's site.
Sorry,
WorkJam probably doesn't affect Anushka's site, but in terms of WorkJam, which is implemented in Woolworths and Target as examples, when it first came in, it very much is a fastest finger approach, which isn't a good way to allocate work. It really is a problem in terms of how that is done. I would say that there's been some improvement in that consolidation of work. That's the piece I mentioned before about how some of that technology is now being used to make sure you look at people's availability through the system and offer more hours to existing workers. But I think a lot more work needs to be done on those sorts of programs still in terms of how additional shifts are offered and also the related technology that goes hand in hand with WorkJam, which is the sort of, well, I think in Woolworths they call it RT3, in other companies they call it other things, but it's the labour force planning part of it, which I don't think allocates enough hours often to the work because it works in a perfect world scenario, not necessarily a sustainable scenario. Like someone drops a jar of pickles, as often happened to me when I worked at Woolies, that really puts a spanner in your day. It just changes completely what you have to do, and the algorithm doesn't necessarily factor that in effectively enough, I'd say, at this point in time.
Okay. And as the union that represents workers, have you noticed many complaints about employee safety?
I would say that there's a real issue about work, again, related to what I say about the lack of numbers of staff. So again, existing staff might be getting more hours in a more consolidated way, but there's not necessarily enough staff. And so what we're really seeing, Ms Fernando, is a workload intensity issue, which I think is a serious psychosocial hazard that we're facing. And so we did a survey of members at the end of last year. It had the highest response rate of any survey we've ever done, where we asked people about workload issues and how was workload affecting them. And what we saw was that, again, it's the work intensification, which is driven by the algorithmic allocation of work in the workforce planning part, which is really problematic in terms of how many staff are allocated. If you always round down, for example, to the number of staff you need, or if you haven't properly factored breaks in, or you don't realise that if you roster someone in 1 or 2 departments versus 3, 4 or 5 departments, it has an impact on the work they can do. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done on that part of it. And just kind of, if you've got any comments from when you were in store about the shape and how that affects people.
And since the introduction of has the union seen a decline of hiring of new?
I have noticed in the last, well, again, at the new sites like the CFC, of course, people have been hired, so that's working its way through. But we have seen a slowing of hiring in a lot of the stores, and that comes about through what we're hoping is a consolidation of work, which is good. But we do think there's still work to be done on the other. I think those workforces could expand again if they get the right number of workers there. But yeah, we have seen a slowdown in hiring, I would say, in the last 3 to 6 months, which is not related to a slowdown in work. It's more related to consolidating. A lot of stores have in place a policy that you can't hire a new worker till you've exhausted the availability of your existing workers. So that's not a bad thing, but there's an issue about work intensity still.
Alex, I've got 2 questions.
Yep, keep going.
Do you feel like you've been monitored? Do you ever feel like you've been monitored? And also, consulted prior to the use of technology?
I didn't catch the last part.
So, well, why don't we just answer the first part? Do you feel like you're being monitored in your workplace? And then we'll get Cassandra to repeat the second one.
Well, monitoring in a bad way or a good way?
Either.
There's managers, line managers available during the whole entire shift that we work, but they're not keeping a specific eye on like what you're doing, and we have ways to kind of contact them if something goes wrong, but they're not necessarily keeping an eye on the work we're doing all the time.
Sally?
Okay. And my second question was,
Cassandra, sorry, just a moment. We're just going to hear from Sally in relation to that question.
So we're pretty much the same. You get monitored, there's CCTVs, but that's there for safety as well. So yes and no. Like there's some KPIs, but not too many. Yeah.
Okay. And are you consulted of any new technology?
Consultative for any new technology. You only got news.
We were made aware about the robots, and they did show us the entire process of how it works during the training period and before we even started working there. So they did consult us about that.
Okay. And Sally?
Well, we would be if need be. There's not really new technology at the moment that's there. If there's upgrades, we're consulted with that, yes.
Can I make one comment
Thank you so much.
about the issue of surveillance?
Yes.
There's good surveillance, as Anushka said. There's like this surveillance that identifies violent customers without our members having to approach them, and we support that. And the issue of facial recognition is something that needs to be explored, which how do you maintain privacy but also maintain safety? So we're supporters of that being used properly. There are some examples where surveillance isn't so benign. So some places where the KPIs are used to keep people on task so there's no gap at all in their day, or like Amazon. At Amazon, for example, you can have time off task as long as you're playing a game. The game, funnily enough, is all about how you can do something quickly. So it's all subliminally about, even if you're off task, how do you get back on task and work more quickly? But probably the most disturbing thing we saw in Amazon was a couple of years ago where, I don't know if people are aware of this, but Amazon advertised a job based in Seattle for global surveillance of union activity on all their sites around the whole world. And so, as the Secretary of the New South Wales branch, I'm aware of an issue where one of our organisers, whenever our organisers go to site, they're only in the tea rooms. They're always closely monitored by management teams at Amazon, so they're always local management teams whenever we're in the tea rooms. But there's also CCTV footage in the tea rooms. And one of our organisers got within 2 metres of somebody in the COVID period, and so, you know, fair enough. If the management team there said nothing. 10 days later, I got a letter from Amazon making a complaint about this. Our only way we could surmise was the case was that it wasn't the local team that identified this, it was the review of the CCTV footage, which is obviously done in Seattle whenever a union organiser goes on site. And as a result of that, I received a letter giving us a warning that somebody had breached these rules. Just trying to send a subtle warning that we're watching you no matter what you do. That sort of thing isn't acceptable. When I've been on site at Amazon, the management team won't shake my hand, even people I know from other sites, because they know they've been watched and would have a short-term future at Amazon if that was to be the case. So I think that's disturbing, and I think our workplace surveillance laws need to be updated to take account of the fact that surveillance has changed. It's no longer a VHS video camera footage. It's actually being done in different locations around the world, potentially, through digital means, and we need to have laws that reflect that and take account of extra-jurisdictional effect. Wherever the work is done is where the law should govern it, not where the surveillance is being technically done in terms of the IP address.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We've got a few moments left before we wrap this up. So, Anne, did you have a question?
It's the surveillance question. The thing that irritates me most about my local supermarket is the lack of people you can take your groceries out. Like, at certain times through the day, there is no one available. The store is making a decision about that. And so I use it because I have to. Like, my choice is never a machine, but, you know. But now they seem to have put cameras in these self-service machines. If you go too quickly for it, if you make the wrong... what I was told by one of the staff the other day is it's the way that you put it in your bag. It doesn't like it. And I said to her, well, then maybe I won't shop here anymore. But I have observed on a number of occasions your staff being abused because of the way that this technology is frustrating, is slow. I mean, I don't understand how they're making any money out of these machines because it just takes so long to get out of the store. Do you have any views about that? Like, I mean, your staff must be at the raw end of this all the time.
Oh, definitely. And we're very concerned. Like, how do you implement technology in a labour augmenting way? So if you'd kept the service checkouts and had the self-serve one as well then people get through quicker and they're less frustrated. If you take away a lot of the service checkouts and only have the self-serve ones left, and let's face it, none of us are professionals like the retail worker who's serving you, so we're always going to be much slower and make a lot more mistakes than it is. So it's a real problem. It creates frustration in those service areas. Like, again, work design matters. If you think about how those self-serve checkout areas are, it's almost like a cattle holding pen. They sort of herd you into a space and wonder why there's more frustration there. And then there's also sometimes conflicting policies. So again, we appreciate most retailers will now say to the staff, where there's issues of theft, do not approach somebody because it will lead to abuse and violence. Great. Then there's another policy that says if you think someone isn't scanning properly, you must approach that person and assist them with the scanning of certain items to make sure they're not taking it. These are conflicting messages. You know, they're conflicting messages. And as you say, the artificial intelligence says, oh, you haven't put it in your bag correctly. Now, these things will, in time, get better, yes, but in the meantime, our members are suffering a lot of abuse in the workplace because people get frustrated about being questioned about something because the artificial intelligence that they have to work with isn't picking it up properly, or there's increased aggression and violence towards our members. Now, the technology can work to prevent some of that in terms of being able to identify the perpetrators, but we don't want it to happen in the first place. So I do think that there's a lot of work to be done in this space. There's the recently formed Retail Employee Safety Council looking at customer abuse and violence, and that has to look at all of these things. There are things that governments can do, but retailers hold ultimate responsibility for the safety of their staff, and they need work practices that don't promote, well, that keep staff safe in a proper and effective way. It doesn't expose them to further risk, which is unfortunately the case in some workplaces.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your attendance today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information or offered to provide any additional information, please forward to the Secretariat by Monday the 16th of September 2024. You'll be sent a copy of your the transcript of your evidence, and will have an opportunity to request any corrections to transcript errors. So thank you, and thank you so much for our workers for coming along. We will take a slight pause. We'll suspend the hearing for 5 minutes, and then we'll come back with United Workers Union. So thank you. We'll now recommence broadcasting. This is part one of the evidence that we'll be receiving from the United Workers Union. So I welcome representatives of the United Workers Union to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you are appearing before the committee?
Sure. My name's Lauren Kelly, and I'm appearing today as a researcher working with United Workers Union.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require witnesses at today's hearing to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standings as the proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded in Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'd now like to invite you to make an opening statement before we proceed to members' questions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chair. Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to give evidence today. My name's Lauren Kelly. I'm a researcher with United Workers Union, and it's my real honour to be speaking on behalf of Woolworths logistics workers today. So this inquiry is very important. Often in discussions surrounding the digital transformation of the workplace, it's the really spectacular and cutting-edge technologies that tend to capture public attention. However, the banal and unsophisticated technologies are also potentially dangerous and tend to be much more pervasive in our workplaces. Today, myself and members of our union are speaking about the reintroduction of engineered standards in Woolworths distribution centres across the country. This is part of a comprehensive worker performance management system the company is calling the Framework, and this was rolled out earlier this year. There are two major issues with this recent development that I'd like to highlight. The first is engineered standards itself, the underlying premise of which is that you can take the role of a warehouse worker and break it down into small component tasks, and then each task can be measured, standardised and monitored. But in practice, there's really nothing scientific about engineered standards. It's simply not possible to calculate and enforce a universal standard of human labour when human labour is, by its nature, defined by diversity. And the union has always said that everyone should work to the best of their ability. And this is actually a sentiment enshrined in our enterprise agreements. And this brings me to the second major issue with this recent development at Woolworths, and that is the way in which the company is weaponising engineered standards. So there's this new performance management program called the Framework. And of course, performance management is common across industries, but what Woolworths is doing at the moment is quite simply cruel and discriminatory. The framework is highly selective and punitive. Not everyone is subjected to it, just those tapped on the shoulder and told they will be participating in the framework. Unsurprisingly, these people tend to be union delegates, HSRs, and people who stand up for themselves and others in the workplace. Once a worker is selected, they must undergo so-called coaching on the shop floor, which is, to be candid, an appalling act of deliberate worker humiliation. Basically, the worker does their job and someone from management follows them around and assesses their performance against a against a checklist. But it is a complete farce. No matter how well the worker performs, the only coaching feedback accepted by management is that they are not at standard. The standard itself is opaque. It is ostensibly algorithmic and black box, but if a worker fails to perform at 100% of the standard, they are put on a 12-week glide path program, and at the end, if they're not at standard, they will be fired. And Woolworths has been explicit about this, telling workers people will be fired for this. The process is degrading and it's also dangerous. Workers are openly saying that to meet the standard, they will need to cut corners in terms of safety. Some of the workers selected for the framework have been working in the same way for 10, 15 years for this company. The same people Woolworths praised as heroes not that long ago, and they're now all of a sudden being told, you're underperforming, you need to be disciplined and potentially terminated. So, what has actually changed? The simple truth is that Woolworths is changing. Australia's largest private sector employer is becoming increasingly hostile towards workers. As Woolworths seeks to close several of their existing unionised sites and open up more automated and semi-automated facilities, we believe the company seeks to selectively terminate workers ahead of time to avoid paying redundancy payouts. Every worker forced out early, either through termination or they're forced out due to the stress, they quit their job, can save the company potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars per worker. In closing, I'll say this. Engineered standards in the framework, it's not really about technology per se, it's about power. Woolworths is using technology to give a veneer of neutrality, objectivity and rationality to what are essentially human management decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one or two questions, but I just wanted to let everybody know that the Deputy Chair, Mr Young, has also joined the hearing today. In the evidence that you've given with us today, it's kind of exclusively focused on warehouse workers and what Woolworths is doing. So you kind of touched on this briefly, but what happened beforehand? So before the standard was introduced, what used to happen when a new worker came on site?
Mm-hmm. Beforehand, there were performance metrics running in the background called pick rates, but the way that they were enforced was very different. And there's a difference between pick rates and engineered standards. However, it was the case that people would basically do their, when they start, they do their training and they do the job. And pick rates were only raised as a discussion by management if there was an issue. So when you would ask workers beforehand, even what's the pick rate or how's it enforced, often they couldn't tell you explicitly what it was because it really wasn't something that was being discussed day to day in the workplace. It was only brought up if there was a serious issue with performance.
So workers come on site. It used to be very much a team environment in terms of warehousing. The team would get together, discuss what the goals were for the day, how work would be performed, what different roles people had. Has that now changed? Like, what happens when a worker clocks on at the beginning of the day in one of these new warehouses?
Well, even in the existing facilities, it is quite an atomised role and highly digitally mediated because it's a voice-to-pick system. So the instructions for picking are fed through a headset. And then the minutes elapsed per shift and directions on what to pick next, etc., is fed through an RFID scanner gun. So a lot of the instructions for work are fed through these different digital technologies. As for the new facilities, they have not come online yet. They were meant to come online a couple of years ago, but the construction was delayed due to COVID and presumably other reasons as well. All we know is they'll be automated and semi-automated, so how the labour process will be organised in those spaces isn't clear yet. But even at the moment, these are really, even though they're not automated facilities, they are very sophisticated sites that rely heavily on technology. And I would say the pick-packing work is quite an atomised role.
So just one last question that I have before I'll see if any of my other colleagues do, because this is our sort of public part of the hearing. What's the way around it? So if this is the identified challenge, what could we be recommending in terms of rule changes, regulation, legislation that would see workers have that opportunity to raise their concerns and then be addressed?
I think the first thing is that with any performance metric, it has to be fair, obtainable and transparent. People need to know the standard by which they're being measured, and we really take issue with the use of engineered standards itself because it is quite simply, it's appealing to a sort of fantasy of management that it's possible to oversee and standardise every single second of work, but it's just not possible to do that. So we think at the core here the issue is the use of engineered standards in trying to enforce a certain speed of work. Instead, we have always maintained that people should work to the best of their abilities. We understand that Woolworths needs to move things very quickly. That's the name of logistics and distribution. That's always been the case. So, our members in these sheds are working very quickly, but the speed of work cannot compromise safety. And at the moment, the standards they're being measured against are not only opaque. If they were in the attempt to try to hit the impossible standard, people will make safety shortcuts, and that's the issue. So we think that engineered standards represents a kind of technology that really should be abolished. It should not be used in the logistics sector in this way.
Anne, did you have a question?
No.
No.
Just that it sounds awful.
I'll just check to see with a few people online. It doesn't look like we've got any questions at the moment. So what we might do then is we're going to end the public hearing and then invite ongoing camera. So thank you for your evidence today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward to the Secretariat by Monday, the 16th of September 2024. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have the opportunity to request corrections to any transcript errors. The committee will now suspend for a private meeting, and can I ask members of the public and any media present to leave the room, and we will be now switching to the in-camera component. Ready from lunch, we will commence the second part of our public hearing today at the Victorian Parliament House. Can I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners on the land on which we meet and pay my respects to to elders both past, present and emerging, and any who might be joining us for the rest of today or listening. I welcome representatives of the Future Skills Organisation to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you are appearing before the committee?
Thank you. My name is Patrick John Kidd. I'm the CEO of the Future Skills Organisation, and we're here to give commentary around your terms of reference, which is effectively to do with skills and automated technologies.
Ronald Jackson, I'm the Policy and Government Lead for Future Skills Organisation.
Alison Wall, I'm the Chief of Staff at the Future Skills Organisation.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require witnesses at today's hearing to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore this has the same standings as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false and misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded in Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'd now like to invite you to make a brief opening statement.
Thank you very much. Patrick Kidd, once again, CEO Future Skills Organisation. We're one of 10 Jobs and Skills Councils. Our fundamental purpose is to understand what industry is saying about what they need in terms of skills, and then trying to work with the education and training sector to ensure that it's delivering right skills, right time, right place. Before I make my statement, I also just want to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today and to pay my respects to past, present and emerging leaders of First Nations communities. Thank you for this opportunity. I will make a series of sort of comments which hopefully you can then sort of draw upon as we sort of take forward the conversation. First, and most importantly, I think, is the recognition of the fact that every job is now a digital job. And when we start to think about automated intelligence, cyber, digital skills, they are one and the same. And so it's very important that we're clear about the fact that we are now operating and living in a digital economy. Our biggest obligation is to make sure that the population has the skills that they need to thrive in work, learning and life. Skills and jobs are changing quickly. So 50% of jobs we assess will be impacted by generative AI. That's 7.2 million people across our across the workforce. How does that happen? Part of that will be around the tasks that they undertake within the job space, but some of those tasks will be automated, some of those will be augmented, and some will be adapted. And some people's tasks won't be impacted at all. But understanding what tasks are being impacted by this type of technology and when is a fundamental challenge that we all now have to stare into, so that we can understand at what point in time we need to shift and change the education training system to ensure it remains relevant. There's something about tasks, there's something about leadership that exists within our businesses and organisations. They have to understand where these technologies are going to and how they should respond. And I think the third dimension of this is around the social compact that goes with this. This isn't just about employers, it's not just about organisations, it's about the people who work in those organisations, ensuring that they are also ready for the sorts of shifts and changes that we predict are going to happen and can be a great opportunity for the economy if we're able to sort of come around it properly. The challenge fundamentally is that we don't really have a learning and employment pathways in place currently within this digital space. So if you think about new entrants into the workforce, you think about people who are already in work, we don't have simple and easy training for them to be able to access so that they've got the skills needed to be able to survive and thrive within this environment. The education and training system as it currently is configured struggles for relevance. As an example of that, 9 out of 10 advertisements for technology jobs ask for people with a degree. 18% of people who are employed in the technology sector as specialists come from the vet sector, 63% come from the higher education sector. So what we have is an imbalance that needs to be addressed. If we think about the skills gap that exists, it's how do you get the whole education and training system to play its part? And to do that, we need to start to get to greater clarity and to make it easier for those organisations to be able to contribute. The policy settings are clear about the need for investment in digital skills and digital capability as we sort of build it across the economy. But fragmentation currently across our education training systems restricts and retards our ability to progress. Federal government, different departments within federal government, state governments, all of whom are pursuing similar policies but are not necessarily bringing them together, is a real impact upon our ability to achieve scale across the board. What we hear from industry is that there's a need for two types of skills. Generalist skills, so general skills needed across the workforce, that's for anybody doing any job, but also specialist skills, especially in the technology sector. So let's be clear about what those high priority skills needs are. In the generalist space, it's things like digital literacy, the ability to be able to operate in a team, to communicate, to problem solve. The specialist skills are things like cyber, AI, software development. There's a difference, and we need to be clearer about what those skill sets are and how people can access them. And fundamentally, the basis of all of this is that we can't succeed unless we invest in our teachers and our trainers. So to close, the opportunities, I think, if we're going to make the most of them, probably three things that we need to do. We need to have a strategic approach to how we're going to address this, because this is a national need. We need to simplify our qualification system so it's easier for people to access and it's more valued. And that is around, we think, the idea of clear focus upon skills which are generalist across different jobs and different industries versus those that are specialist. And in the specialist areas, we need to get to a much more flexible system which recognises the need for both accredited and non-accredited forms of training that can bring them together to ensure that the training that's being delivered through the system is funded but is also relevant to what employers need in terms of the skill sets that we're seeing across the economy. Very happy to take, obviously, any of your questions and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you. If I can just take a step back for a moment, just to help our committee sort of understand your history. So Future Skills Organisation is a Jobs and Skills Council funded by the Australian Government. So how long have you existed?
So we have existed as the Future Skills Organisation now for a little over a year, so just over 12 months. We live off a grant from the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations, with a very strong focus on skills but also on the vocational educational training sector. Before this, we were something called the Digital Skills Organisation, so we had a focus then specifically around digital skills. We sat outside the system. We were still funded by a grant from government, but we did a bunch of work around innovative approaches to upskilling in the digital space.
It's quite a time to take on this role.
Exciting time.
I had some questions just in relation to some of your recommendations, because we were very keen to get you to appear because your recommendations go to a very different space of our terms of reference that we haven't really had an opportunity to explore. and that is around small to medium business enterprises, and then the other one about making sure that today's students are ready for the future, so to speak, as you identified. So perhaps if we could start there. When you recommend that the Australian government, and I'm assuming Australian and in partnership with states and territories, that all secondary students have the minimum literacy, numeracy and digital skills, what does that look like? Like for the future kids coming through, what do we need to make sure is embedded in the curriculum or in terms of the capacity so that kids coming out can't just read and write, they also understand the basics of the technology today?
I think it's a bunch of challenges that go into that space in terms of how do you create space in curriculums for people to be able to sort of train things, and that has to be sort of recognised. But I think when you take a step back and you look at digital skills that are needed across the economy, that's for people in schools, in vet, in university, in community. The first challenge is to be clear about what we mean by those skills. At the moment, there are different languages that are out there. There's no consistent North Star that we can look at. And so you have lots of people doing lots of things. But the net effect is that we don't have a clear sense as to the fact that actually we are, as a nation, generating people with the core digital literacy that they need to thrive in the environment that we now live in. So I think part of this is about being clear about what's that language that defines those skills. Let's be clear about what those skills actually are. If need be, let's give it a standard so we can measure people against their performance of those skills. But we desperately, I think, need to have a consistency of approach which can be applied across this fragmented system. It's not going to change the system. You know, the state governments are going to, rightly so, look after the areas that reflect their local needs and interests, and that absolutely makes sense. But I think the challenge now is how do we collectively align around this, what should be relatively simple, which is that digital skills must be there for everybody. We need to be clear about what those skills are by setting and establishing a standard that people can use as a North Star, and then we need to create learning materials that can make that easy to deliver at scale. Because our challenge here is, part of it is about getting people to learn, but the other part is how do you get our teachers and trainers into the space whereby they can deliver this type of training in a digitally minded way, and that in itself is a big job of work. We can't afford to keep looking at the problem. We need to start to take steps now that begin to address it. And I think a simple approach whereby we're clear about what we're trying to achieve is one of the ways that we can do that.
What about the 1 in 5 Australians who don't have the numeracy and literacy skills currently, so they're unemployed? Sure. So in some previous work that this committee did, we talked a lot about the people who are quite often forgotten, the people with the numeracy and literacy don't have the numeracy and literacy skills or of the capability to do the work we have today. What extra do we need to support to support them to be job ready or into the job market?
I think the digital inclusion piece is incredibly important. You know, as you say, 1 in 5 people are digitally excluded for some reason. Either they can't access the infrastructure that they need to be able to use it, or they don't have the base skills themselves to be able to work there. But I think the challenge is sort of like we've got to also get the whole population moving. You know, this is every person in our workplace as well as people who are in our school system. And so I think we have to balance the need to get everybody moving. 80% is good enough, almost, to sort of focus and get the system moving, and then the rest can then follow. I think once you get to the idea of a standard, you can then begin to measure people against the standard to then work out how you intervene to support those that are less advanced towards that standard than others. But we have to sort of get ourselves moving in the right direction, because this is a skills need that exists now and today. We need to be urgent about how we're trying to address that.
Is there anything in the anecdotal evidence that kids are just organically learning it because it's introduced to them at a very young age? Like if you think back in terms of the 80s and the 90s, you know, quite often women went into the touch typing courses at high school. Little did we know that fast forward a decade and they'd be the most valuable worker because they can use a keyboard, and now we all use keyboards. And so therefore everyone's learning how to type from a very young age. So is it kind of, would it organically happen otherwise without us kind of having such a focus on it?
I think it's a dangerous assumption to make. When we speak to industry, they will all the time talk about the need for people who are digitally literate, and even with new people coming through into that space, that's not a skill they have. It's more about the application of what they are able to use within a workplace environment that I think is the challenge. I also think that when we're thinking about this problem, it's about people in our schools, it's a lot about people who are already in the workplace. And so we've got to be able to recognise both sides, and how do we upskill both sides as we go forwards.
And within digital literacy is also a component around recognising the bias that may exist in certain algorithms. Like if you're using, say, a really, I guess, rude example like ChatGPT, which kind of gobbles up everything and then spits something out. It's well documented now the bias that can exist within that. So within digital literacy, are we also talking about that ability to identify 100%. Disinformation?
Yeah, I think absolutely right. When you start to break down what literacy looks like, it's not only the ability to use things, it's also the ability to be able to interpret the data that comes from it, and to be able to understand the challenges that go with operating in this type of environment. So I think that's absolutely a core part of this. The social component here of equipping our people to be able to interact in the world that we currently live in is absolutely essential. So it's as much about trying to help them to increase their productivity through these types of tools, but also to do that in an intelligent and wise way so they understand limitations, threats and opportunities.
And any practical examples on how we could support disadvantaged and vulnerable cohorts, have that sort of meaningful engagement with digital transformation?
There's some amazing work that is done by organisations like the Australian Digital Inclusion Alliance. So that's around making sure that we've got proper on-ramp points so that people are building their skills from the most basic levels. The library services, certainly in Victoria and elsewhere, also do great programs that are focused on the communities. But I think there's lots of good initiatives, be it focused on refugees, women or other diverse groups. So I think there's good examples out there that can be brought together and scaled. I think the challenge again is about how do we do this at scale across multiple states and do it quickly so that we've got a very clear pathway for people to follow.
So I'll go to small to medium enterprises now before we see if any of my colleagues have questions. We've heard from big industry, we've heard from unions that represent the workers who work for those big industries about the challenges they've got with digital transformation. But what about our small to medium enterprises who quite often don't have the capital to engage or the skill level to engage? What could the federal government be practically doing to support, their transition or their inclusion?
I think first and foremost, it's very important to recognise the differing needs of small to medium to large size organisations. We must be able to demonstrate the value of investment in digital capabilities so that they themselves are persuaded of the need to invest in these things. And then I think it's about putting in place training products and training materials that they can easily access, which makes it easy for them to say yes and to apply those approaches. I think there's lots here that industry needs to also lean into as well. So, for example, if we're serious about the idea of digital skills within the workplace, then there should be a credential that goes with that they can easily identify with and tick to sort of show that they've got somebody who's got the skills that they need to be able to progress their business in a certain way. But there is this difference between the needs of the single sole owner employer versus medium size versus large scale, and we need to recognise that there are those differences. But I think the opportunity and obligation almost for government here is to help sort of provide simple, accessible products that they can draw upon as they go forwards.
Ms. Stanley.
Can I take it back a couple of steps and ask you to define digital literacy? What does it look like if I'm digitally literate?
You are digitally literate if you have got the ability to access digital technologies, to utilise those digital technologies, to understand the risks and opportunities that go with those technologies, and you're able to then apply them within the environment that you're in. There are differing frameworks that one can draw upon to help quantify exactly what that is. Our challenge is that actually as a nation we haven't defined what we mean by digital literacy. So if we want to drive the education and training system, we should be clear about what we mean by that term so that they've got a clear aiming mark to drive themselves towards.
Okay. That's the only question. Very interesting. Thank you.
I'm just checking with the rest of my colleagues. We've got a number of people who've also joined us via teleconference, but whilst I put that question out, one of the other questions that has been discussed at length so far in our hearings is consultation. And so thinking about, say, small to medium businesses or businesses that may not have an EBA in place, an enterprise agreement, how is it best, do you believe, that we should be introducing change into the workplace? Like what consultation process? If we're talking about establishing off-the-shelf products that small to medium businesses can access, in that, should it be mandated around consultation?
I think the consultation is essential, obviously, in terms of anything that we do here. I think part of that consultation is around what are the needs, so aligning on the needs, and then obviously what's the solution to the needs. And so very much a function that we have as a Jobs and Skills Council is to consult with and collaborate with our key stakeholders. So I think the challenge when you start to go into small to medium-sized businesses is obviously it's a million miles wide and a million miles deep. And so it's sort of where do you start and how do you sort of unpack it so that you get to consistency. Every organisation, every industry sort of slice will have its own view on what they think is most important. And I think the challenge here is how do we bring it down to a common view of what is 80% sufficient to meet everybody's needs so that we can invest in scaled products that would then suit the majority and then build around the edges once you've got that moving in the right place. So I think the Jobs and Skills Councils are a good solution for that. There are others, obviously. There's very sophisticated engagement mechanisms that are in place through the states. And ultimately, this is a stakeholder-rich environment, and we need to work hard to ensure that we've got consistency and support across the board.
One of the concerns that's been raised by small businesses, not just in this inquiry but in others, is their worry for the data that they have, that, quite often now they've got their customers' data, their employees' data, and because hacking is the new norm, and they're worried, like they're genuinely worried about how do they protect the data of their clients and their workers and their organisation, and increasingly looking to government. What can government do to support them? Does government have a role to play in that space, and what does that role look like if it does?
I think there's a very strong linkage there to the government cyber strategy that is currently working its way through, which has got a strong part on skills as well as on the needs of small business. Government absolutely has a part to play there in terms of setting, I think, clear boundaries about sort of the what's right versus what's wrong. I think we can also, as in government, is able to invest in initiatives and activities that will help to accelerate the delivery of training solutions that can support those types of organisations. The challenge in the education training space is lots and lots of different providers. So how do we put in place a structure that ensures consistency of approach, enables the training providers to deliver training at a local level? I think that's where the opportunity is to do things differently to what is currently the case.
That brings us to the end of our questions. I just wanted to see if, after this discussion, was there any sort of final comments that you'd like to share with the committee? If there's any particular recommendation you'd like to draw our attention to that we haven't yet discussed.
I'll just quickly look to my left and right. Any I think.
No, I think the main thing that we've put into our recommendations is the need for the key stakeholders to work together, including unions. I think that one of the key things that we've been trying to draw out is there's actually quite an economic benefit from the digitalisation of workplaces. It's how that's implemented, and that we actually focus on the skills of both the employers, the business itself, and of the workers to realise that benefit. And I think that that message of having collaborative working together to realise the benefit is the approach that we've got to take. So that's probably the key theme that we've tried to run through our recommendations.
And my ad would be, we need to be urgent. Like, these skills are needed today, they were needed yesterday. Like, we need to start to do this in a strategic way. There are considerable opportunities by coming together to focus upon the most important things now, and to put in place solutions that can then be accessed by more. But we can't continue to do things the way that we've always done them, because we get nowhere as far as that is concerned. So I think there's a real opportunity, but we do need to be urgent, and we do need to start to do things.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you for your attendance today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward to the Secretariat by Monday the 16th of September 2024. Finally, you'll be sent a copy of your transcript of your evidence and will have the opportunity to request corrections to any transcript errors. Thank you. We'll just set up for our next witnesses to come in. Okay. We'll now proceed to our second witness for this afternoon's hearing, the Centre for the Future of Work at the Australia Institute. I welcome representatives of the Centre of the Future of Work, the Australia Institute, to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you are appearing before the committee?
Thank you. Dr. Fiona McDonald. I'm appearing as the Policy Director, excuse me, of the Centre for Future Work at the Australia Institute.
Dr. Lisa Heap, Senior Researcher, Centre for Future Work at the Australia Institute.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give require witnesses at today's hearing to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standings as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded in Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today, Chair. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the unceded lands on which we're meeting today, the Wurundjeri Woi-wurrung and Boonwurrung peoples of the Kulin Nation, and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. As mentioned, I'm here in my capacity as the Policy Director of the Centre for Future Work, and I'm pleased to be joined by my colleague, Senior Researcher Dr. Lisa Heap. We welcome and recognise the potential benefits of the ongoing application of artificial intelligence in the workplace. However, on the basis of our research at the Centre and our knowledge of the international evidence, it's clear to us there are significant risks of harms associated with the ways in which AI is used in workplaces. And while there are concerns about possible impacts on overall employment and on skills and occupations, it's also clear that there are some very serious negative consequences of automated decision-making where it is used to perform management functions, including human resources functions. And those risks include on fairness at work, work organisation and job quality. To date, the use, risks and harms of algorithmic management have mostly been observed in the context of digital platform work. But as the committee has heard, there's emerging evidence from Australia, as there is from experience elsewhere, of similar application of AI to management functions in traditional workplaces with similar harms and negative consequences. Serious risks arise from algorithmic management, including automated decision-making to perform management functions, including recruitment and hiring, ongoing job supervision, rostering, setting performance benchmarks, performance monitoring and evaluation, and making hiring and firing decisions. The international research and trends overseas and in Australia indicate the risks to fairness, equality, job security, the scope of managerial prerogative, labour rights and the ability of workers to organise equality and fairness and opportunities for disadvantaged and vulnerable cohorts of workers. Of considerable concern to us is that in the absence of targeted regulation, the harms of AI applications may not be known, as biases may not be uncovered, unfair decisions may go uninterrogated. Further, the generation and collection of massive amounts of data from workers that is processed and communicated, including through trading of personal data, means that privacy and other risks can be ongoing. Existing regulation is not fit for purpose, as it doesn't account for and cannot respond effectively to the distinct risks presented by AI applications in the workplace. We believe Australia needs to craft a system of regulation that addresses both how AI systems and technology are developed and how they are deployed at work. Accountability must lie with developers, providers and deployers. Risk-based and outcome-based systems of regulation, such as the new EU Artificial Intelligence Act, offer some guidance to the government in crafting comprehensive targeted regulation to prevent risks. Some minimum principles should apply in the regulation of AI. All decisions regarding the application of AI at work should be treated as potentially high risk and thus subject to regulation. This is the approach taken in the EU. Self-regulation and current forms of regulation are not sufficient to address the negative consequences for workers or for our democratic systems. Employers and contracting entities where there's not an employment relationship must take responsibility and be held accountable for the outcomes of deploying AI and utilising automated decision-making at work. There must be transparency and information must be shared. Workers and others impacted by the deployment and use of AI and automated decision-making must be involved in decisions about the implementation and use of AI in the workplace. I'll finish there, but thank you. Dr. Heap and I are very happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you very much. And I just note in your submission that you talk about decent work augmented by AI. What does that look like?
Decent work augmented by AI? Sorry,
yep.
Yes. Decent work is work that is fair, work that provides a reasonable living, work in which workers have a reasonable amount of autonomy, work in which workers can have dignity. Augmented by AI, work can be enhanced through our submission hasn't directly addressed this, but where generative AI is used to support better jobs, better higher level skills and occupations as opposed to downgrading work, where AI can augment decent work in workplace applications like algorithmic management. It can lead to, say, for example, better efficiencies in scheduling, applications where workers are able to have input and work with their colleagues around when they work and how they work, as opposed to work where AI is replacing human decision-making in ways that reduce transparency, potentially introduce bias that is unseen into decision-making, intensify work, surveil work in ways that downgrade the quality of work, impact on workers' privacy through the collection of data or through the application of data to decisions in unfair ways. So I suppose there are many, many different ways in which AI could augment to support decent work. We don't have a problem with AI, full stop. It's the ways in which AI is used, and our concerns are with the evidence that is there that for some workers, particularly workers in lower paid jobs, workers in service jobs, so if we take call centre workers, sales workers, warehouse workers, cleaners, security workers, home care workers, transport drivers, those are just some of the occupations where we're seeing AI impact on workers to surveil work and to undermine autonomy and increase work intensity. And we're seeing those sorts of mechanisms and processes being introduced to many workers in many different jobs where workers are connected to computers. Did you want to say something else then?
So I understand sort of, transport because, it can time how long the AI imagines that you should be in a car, do a parcel drop-off, get back in. We heard the impact in terms of call centre workers. But how is it being used in cleaning jobs?
Well, there's evidence, and I'm drawing on international research that I've looked at. Evidence, for example, in cleaning jobs where AI is used in similar ways that it has been used in warehousing, where AI is used to determine the most efficient pathway through a job and the most efficient task, the fastest way to get the worker to complete 7 tasks is to make them follow a particular track, which creates very high intensity work and is done through constant surveillance or through workers having to scan a barcode at every point so that their pathway through the workplace where they're cleaning or the facility where they're cleaning is tracked. Similarly, in home care workers now carry an app. Everything is done via an app, and home care workers are required to clock on and clock off at the beginning and end of tasks as well as the job, and their locations are tracked from place to place, and their journeys from one job to another are tracked to make sure that they go, stick with certain routes, and AI is used in those circumstances to send messages to managers or supervisors who can then contact when they think the worker's done something wrong. So there's that constant surveillance and immediate contact, which creates the similar anxieties for workers as are reported from call centre workers, where there's constant pressure.
When you talk about, we've also heard a bit about privacy and data. Can you break down for us kind of what would be acceptable data for, say, a business to hold, but where does it cross the line and then become unacceptable, and sort of that thinking about the Privacy Act and kind of the intersections between that and sort of
I'll say one thing and pass to my colleague Lisa. One thing I think that's really problematic is that in most businesses, the AI application, the software applications that are coming in that make use of data, the data is not known. The sources of data. So data may be collected about existing workers in that organisation by a third party, or it may be data that's been fed into psychological tests or whatever. There's a whole heap of data that may be used to make decisions or to predict worker behaviour. And the problematic thing and unacceptable thing about that data is it's not known. Most employers will not know what it is. It's not known in the workplace what that data is that is then being used to apply to decisions. Then there's the issue of collection of data from workers, and Lisa can talk to that.
So you point out a very important sort of element, the intersection of the privacy laws and the digitalisation of work. So what we're seeing is a greater emphasis on collecting more and more detailed information from everyone, but particularly from workers, and we're particularly concerned about personal and sensitive information that's being collected. And an example that we've dealt with recently in our research is in relation to employers seeking to have blood tests of workers as part of the recruitment process, so that suggesting that that's part of a normal recruitment process. Some say that's part of health and safety to manage risks. Others say this should be just now standard in terms of recruitment processes because this is giving them a better picture of the person they're employing. And of course that means what they're really saying is they want to gather evidence about what you might be doing in relation to your private life prior to being employed, and it also might mean that they want to have evidence around pregnancy or other diseases that might be there, or any medications that you might be on and the like, even before you're being recruited.
But blood tests, requiring people to get blood tests isn't new. Like it's come up before through industrial relations. Like they used to ask women if they were pregnant before they even applied for a job. So it's not new that an employer might ask that. It's now been ruled unethical or unlawful to do that. But in terms of blood testing, it's been happening for a long time. Why is it a challenge now with the digital transformation of workplaces? Or has it always been a challenge? We just haven't had the workplace health and safety framework in place properly.
It's always been a challenge, and it's certainly been. I think it's still questioned as to when it is appropriate legally, when it's appropriate to collect that information and it isn't. And of course, it's been deemed to be appropriate in some circumstances and deemed to be not appropriate in other circumstances, which creates confusion. The difficulty we've got now is that now what's drawn from those sorts of tests or any other form of sensitive information gathered from workers can be utilised in systems, algorithmic systems and the like, in ways that Dr McDonald has referred to that we're unaware of. And there's also a greater pressure on collection of information and the selling of information as a commodity. So what we're now seeing is more and more circumstances being promoted that you should collect more information from workers about their personal and sensitive information. That becoming part of a regulatory system that's a bit confusing as to what's an employee record, what's not an employee record, and also employers feeling that they have the right to sell that information on from theirs.
Do you have any examples of that? Like as a consumer, you know that if you have the Woolworths Reward app or Flybuys, you're signing up for your shopping preferences may be shared with third parties. It just comes with signing up to that. But if you're a worker, you don't necessarily that hasn't been an issue in the past. Do we actually have any examples of employers selling their employees' data, or is it we're worried that this could happen?
We have examples of, for example, in a recent report authored by myself and launched by the Centre for Future Work, we have the example of employees or potential employees being asked to sign very extremely broad waivers that allow employers to do whatever they want to do with that information that's related to their business activity. Now, one could argue that that business activity would include, for example, if they make a commercial arrangement with another organisation to sell that information. So we've got examples in Australia currently that we're aware of that are about organisations seeking the broadest release of that information that they can get so that they can decide afterwards how they use that information. We certainly have that.
Could I just add to that? I think in the international literature, in particular the people analytics type literature, there's a lot of examples of third-party software providers who automatically seek access to the data that goes into systems that are deployed in workplaces and that automatically get access to that data. And employers may not even be aware of what that data is. It's just a kind of standard clause and they sign it. And so if you've got workplace systems, you've got your payroll system and you've got your human resources system and you've got other business process systems, they're all in one big database. And all of that data can be used in multiple ways that are just not known. They may not be used in that workplace, but they can be used by the software provider.
So in that case, who should be responsible and bear the risk? Should it be the small to medium business who's using this product in good faith because it helps to manage their books, it helps to organise their work, or should it be big tech?
I think if we look at the EU AI Act, the example, the way that that's been approached there is the producers of the AI in the software systems. They have to be accountable to the people that they're providing the systems to. So ultimately, employers have to be accountable. But it's extremely difficult for a small to medium employer to be held accountable when they don't have access to what's in that system. So systems must be provided to workplaces that are able to be interrogated and that are transparent around what they're doing. So there has to be accountability right at both levels. I think a really good example is if you look at the processes that the federal government is going through in terms of its accountability and safe and responsible application of AI, they're incredibly, the government is trying to hold itself to a standard perhaps that's quite high, but they're incredibly complex and complicated, and they're beyond the capacity of a small employer to do that without regulation requiring the providers to make that software easily interrogated and transparent.
Can I also, can I just follow up with, I think an emerging area that follows on from what you were saying, which is something worth watching, is the kind of area which might have started out as a benign sort of use of data, but is now growing in academic literature overseas and increasing now in Australia, is around the trend for organisations to offer things like health and wellbeing programs in the workplace. Now, there is a concern growing that even if employers don't know how that information is being used, that information that's coming through those health and wellbeing programs could be used by either the people who are collecting the information as the provider of the software, or other people for purposes that no one imagined, or it could be in fact used by the employer if the employer wants to. So something which has sort of been introduced as something that's positive, and workers are being, and certainly voluntary in many places, so workers are voluntarily entering into these programs to improve their health at the workplace. But that data, we don't really know how it's being used or where it's going. And as we have more and more sort of systems that are collecting that data, and we don't know what those systems were designed to do, and we don't know where that information is going, that's a growing concern.
So what's the recommendation? That the government introduce a ban on that? That if you're collecting, that the only person who can keep that information is the business, like that it can't be used, sold, third party in any way? Like if that's the problem, what's the solution?
So, do you want me to go first, or do you want to? Okay. So the first thing is, in relation to that sort of stuff, we've got to start right back as what Dr. McDonald was saying was about, okay, so we've got to have the first instance in place is the plank around the software providers and those sorts of things being collected and regulation there. But in relation to how it's used at work, I mean, as we've said in our submission, is that starting point is that it should be seen, collection of data of employees or any workers should be seen as high risk. And then beyond that, then the engagement and involvement of workers and their representatives in the process and decision making about how that information would be collected and used is part of the process of the regulation that we'd be suggesting.
And what role do you think workers have in an individual workplace? Like if they were to object to say, I don't want my data to be stored, like, you know, parents can say, we don't want our children's images to be uploaded to the school's Facebook page. Like they've got that right to say no. Should or can a worker have that same right about their data in a workplace? And what does that look like in terms of a framework, or whether it be regulation, legislation, the award? Where does it sit? Safe Work Australia, like where does it sit?
Do you want me to start?
So the first thing is that we should be sitting in a situation where the majority of that decision making is a collective one. So arrangements being made about either in this industry, in this context, this is what's okay to collect, not okay to collect. This is okay to store or not okay to store, how it's to be stored or not to be stored as part of regulation. And then, of course, if those things can sit in a number of collective instruments. They could sit in, for example, collective bargaining instruments to guarantee. It could sit in the Fair Work Act if it's specifically around work. It could be a separate piece that goes to work. It could be amendments to the Privacy Act that deal with those things. But we would be suggesting that that the particular asymmetric power relationships at work require work-specific regulations, and they require that kind of setting up of the principles and parameters under which information is collected to be collective. And then within that, then once that's done, then each worker can understand what their obligation and responsibility is and what their rights are in that context.
I just had a quick check. I guess sort of just wrapping up here, was there any particular recommendation from your submission that you wanted to draw attention to that we haven't yet discussed?
Only I think to some extent Dr. Heap has discussed it, which is both the principles and some of the ways in which we think those principles pan out in our. I had mentioned some of the principles, but we have step back from trying to provide a specific solution because we don't have one. But we think that the principles that we have noted in our submission are aligned with the kinds of principles that are in the EU Artificial Intelligence Act, and that risk-based approach and that outcomes-based approach that's taken in the EU Act is a really positive way to go. And the examples that we've provided of some of the things that we think are really critical are around that building in collective worker voice and collective mechanisms for worker voice. Once the framework has been put around what information is, what AI can be brought to the workplace first off and what can't be, then workers need to be able to have input into what's used in that particular workplace and how it's used. So workers' voice has to be central to the application of AI.
Thank you. Anything else, Dr. Heath?
Thank you.
Great. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you both for your attendance today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, please forward to the Secretariat by Monday the 16th of September 2024. You'll be sent a copy of your transcript of your evidence and will have the opportunity to request any corrections to transcript errors. So thank you. We'll just take a short pause whilst we set up for our next. Yeah. Oh, no, all good. No, it's all good. We might just suspend for 5 minutes whilst some committee members take a short break. Great. We're good to go, so we'll start broadcasting again. Thank you. I'd like to welcome our academics that have joined us today for our roundtable. Would you please all state your name and the capacity in which you are appearing before the committee, starting with Dr. Natalie.
Thank you. Dr. Natalie Sheard, and I'm here in a personal capacity.
Yep.
Dr. Kobe Lyons, also here in a personal capacity.
Yep.
Dr. Mohammed Mehdi Rajoyan, I'm a lecturer in Australian Catholic University, appearing in personal capacity.
I'm Dr. Emmanuel Valkowiak, VC Senior Research Fellow at RMIT, and appearing in my own capacity too.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require witnesses at today's hearing to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standings as the proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'd now like to invite each of you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed with members' questions. And because this is a roundtable, we accept that there will be a level of free-flowing that goes with that. But if I can encourage you to state your name, just to help Hansard with identifying who's been speaking. So who would like to go first? Opening statement. Great. Thank you.
Hi, Emmanuelle Valkowiak. Thank you for inviting me to share some findings of my research on the interaction of technology and work. Generative AI has properties very different from other technologies and will transform our labour market in new ways. The current debate centres on jobs displacement, but nothing is predetermined on the impact of Gen AI on work at this early stage of adoption. The time to act to ensure that Gen AI works for workers is now. My previous research has demonstrated that once technological and organizational choices are implemented, firms do not reverse their decisions. Once Gen AI will be adopted and AI risk mitigation strategies will be decided, these choices will not be reversed. There are two important aspects that I want to flag today that differentiate Gen AI from other technologies. Firstly, during previous waves of technology adoptions, we observed the polarization of incomes and opportunities on the labour market. What is different this time is that Gen AI can enhance the productivity of less skilled and less experienced workers. My research shows that this positive impact of Gen AI for workers is associated with a positive learning externality, a learning effect, available for all workers. These immediate productivity gains for less experienced, less skilled workers was not something that was observed for other technologies. It represents an opportunity from AI. Appropriate policies need to be designed to unlock these opportunities. Secondly, my recent research shows that the transformation of jobs is driven by the inseparability between productivity gains and new AI risk. Productivity gains goes with AI risks. I analyzed the exposure of the Australian labour market to 8 AI risks, including privacy, cybersecurity, and other risks. These AI risks are new types of occupational risks. This mapping of AI risk exposure can help to prioritize policy interventions to mitigate AI risk. So what does it mean for the labour market? Gen AI is a new type of economic agent involving new types of productivity gains, new forms of learning, and new types of risks. The major impact of technological change is a creative destruction of jobs and skills. In the US, research shows that 60% of job titles that exist in 2018 did not exist in the 40s. The creation of new jobs reflects not just automation, but the enabling of new capabilities and services that were not previously feasible without technologies. Policy must be designed and implemented to shape an adoption of Gen AI that works for all workers and that favors the creation of these new job opportunities. Upskilling is central to prepare the workforce for the next generation of jobs. Thank you.
This is Dr. Mohammad Mehdi Rajoyan. Thanks for the opportunity to speak at this important hearing. Technology's impact is always mixed. Benefits come with challenges. The internet, for instance, revolutionized communication, but also raised issues like data privacy and misinformation. Regarding AI, in addition to the duality of its effects, it is crucial to consider the complexity as well as the magnitude of its impact, which can be substantial. Also, the rapid pace of change in AI technology, which introduces new challenges and opportunities that we must continuously adapt to. AI is here to stay, and while its potential is enormous, so are the risks. But like other technologies, the potential risks of AI will not deter people from adopting it. Instead, they highlight the importance of managing these risks responsibly. Computer-assisted decision-making isn't new, but it has evolved from simple rule-based models to advanced data-driven systems that can analyze large data sets, learn from data, and offer recommendations. Traditional rule-based systems are transparent and predictable, which decision-making processes with decision-making processes that are easy to understand and audit. In contrast, AI-driven systems can be opaque or black boxes, making it difficult to trace how decisions are made. Despite these difficulties, transparency and auditability must be still a key requirement. Before blaming AI systems, we should remind ourselves that bias exists in human decision-making processes as well. AI can amplify these biases if not carefully managed, but it can also reduce them when thoughtfully designed. Having a human in the loop is crucial for accountability and evaluation rather than solely for reducing bias. The human role should be primarily to ensure decisions align with ethical standards and regulatory requirements, also to confirm their validity, reliability, and fairness. In our submission, we highlighted concerns about lack of attention to the impact of AI and automated decision-making in human resource management, particularly regarding bias and fairness. AI is transforming various stages of HR cycle, bringing both benefits and challenges. In recruitment, AI can speed up hiring by efficiently screening resumes of large applicant pools, but it also risks reinforcing biases or manipulation, leading to unfair outcomes. During onboarding and training, AI can personalize learning, but may miss the value of human mentorship and workplace culture. In performance management, AI offers continuous feedback and objective evaluation, but can also increase surveillance, reducing employee autonomy and trust. These advancements, while improve organizational efficiency, raise significant ethical concerns about data privacy and discrimination. One significant concern that is less discussed is the risk of manipulating AI systems. For example, the manipulation of AI-driven recruitment systems, where fabricated or misleading data is used to influence hiring decisions. For instance, imagine an AI system designed to screen resumes and identify the best candidate for a job. If someone were to fabricate or exaggerate the information on a CV, such as inflating qualifications, skills, or experiences, the AI system might be misled into ranking that candidate higher than more qualified individuals. This could undermine the integrity of the recruitment process and result in unfair recruitment decisions. Another example is the use of AI in language proficiency tests, such as the Pearson test of English, PTE, versus IELTS. IELTS test is criticized for human bias or subjectivity in the rating of speaking and writing sections. On the other hand, the PTE test, which is fully automated, is particularly susceptible to manipulation because computers do not fully grasp the semantics of language. This has significant implications as such manipulations directly affect immigration decisions, potentially leading to unfair outcomes. The point I want to emphasize is that the challenges are not solely due to the inherent characteristics of AI technology, but also how AI is being used by users. Our submission also emphasized the impact of AI on minorities, marginalized groups, the elderly, Indigenous Australians, and low-skilled workers. AI can disproportionately affect these communities, increasing the risk of exclusion and deepening the digital divide, as they often lack access or familiarity with AI tools, putting them at a disadvantage. This disparity underscores the need for targeted support and resources to provide a fair go for everyone and to ensure AI benefits all. A key recommendation is to ensure AI literacy across all sectors, ensuring professionals understand AI implications, capabilities, and limitations. During a recent peer review of a book chapter on legal education written by a few law professors, I was surprised by their misunderstanding about generative AI. This highlights the urgent need for comprehensive AI education and training, even for highly educated professionals. While avoiding over-regulation that could hinder innovation is important, there is critical need for principle-based frameworks and regulations to ensure AI is used responsibly, transparently, and ethically. All organizations, public and private, should be required to declare their use of AI and specify its capacity. Public organizations in particular must disclose how they use AI to ensure transparency and auditability. This openness is vital for building trust, enabling informed public oversight, and ensuring ethical AI use across all sectors. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Kobe Lyons, Dr. Kobe Lyons. I should actually qualify, I'm a reformed academic. So my background was in writing a book on new war technologies, which got me into this space about a decade ago. I then worked in 2 computer science and engineering departments as the only legally trained person in those departments. And I fled academia to work in 2 corporates where I've subsequently been doing AI impact assessments for those companies. So the range of view that I have is quite broad. The hands-on experience is quite extensive. And with that, I'd like to make 3 following points. It's really obvious, but AI is not new. 1956 was when the term was coined, and why does it matter? It matters because we're not talking about a brand new thing that's suddenly out of the gates and we have no control. We have a lot of control, and companies do have control. The question was asked before, who should be responsible? And I challenge the questions to be non-binary, that they shouldn't be, is it either legislation or companies or the systems? It should be all of them. Companies choose to use tools, they are responsible for the use of those tools as they have been throughout history, and that's where the standards work, which I'll get to, comes in. The second point, or the second half of the first point is, and you've touched on this a lot, data surveillance is really an issue here. So again, the questions of where the data goes are really important. Any 3 data points and you can re-identify an individual, and that comes down to where you're doing your shopping, buying your petrol, your Myki card, and there's research on this that's already pretty well known. So I think one of the biggest issues here is not just the systems themselves, but it's the secondary uses that we touched on, and I'll come to the wonderful Privacy Act, which we really need to reform fairly quickly if we want to see some of this not happening. Where there's surveillance, jobs will be replaced. This is the pattern, and the unions have also talked very at length about that this morning. But when we talk about the data points and re-identifying individuals, beyond the workplace issues, there's also a question of material risk. There are legal obligations under CPS 230, which affects Australia's critical infrastructure, and we really need to be thinking not just along those lines, but also about national security. So if workplace data is collected, where's it going, who gets it, who has it, and why? And again, I'll come to some of the remedies. Finally, universities, I can say, hand on heart, are not equipped to do this work. They have not been doing it, and I've been waiting for this work to be happening for over a decade. Systems thinking is missing at universities. The critical degrees, the critical thinking degrees that are actually needed, and another question was, again, how do we get people to have more literacy in digital technologies when our kids aren't even great at numeracy and literacy to begin with? Part of the issue is not just the systems themselves, that can be taught relatively easily and quickly, it's the critical thinking that goes alongside these systems. They're socio-technical systems, they're systems that are embedded in the ways that humans interact, and they change the way that we interact. And I would say that's the critical difference in the AI that we're seeing now, not just in Gen AI, but in lots of the AI that you use every day that you don't think about. Whether you use this as a map to get here or it tells you a certain path to get here, there are values embedded in that. You're taking the quickest route, not the prettiest route, or for women, the safest route at night, just to give a really, really obvious example. So the 3 solutions: Privacy Act, you need to stop secondary uses. We need to get on with making our Privacy Act fit for purpose. We're so far behind the rest of the world. We also need to look at standards that have already been issued and encourage industry to start using those in relation to how they're using the data, but also how they're treating their staff. We need to fund education. That goes across the board. AI is just the canary in the coal mine of that. For an already hollowed out organisation across Australia, we really need to be funding this far better for us to be anywhere, to have a reasonable voice and use in the world. We're falling far behind in terms of our skills in this area. And the final plea I would have is, can we have a vision for Australia where we're actually leading in something that's meaningful and we actually lead in? We say we lead in so many things. Firstly, we can draw from lessons where others are already leading. So Estonia's got a fantastic digital literacy program, given their geopolitical landscape. We could learn from them. But let's establish what it is that we are going to do that's different. And the climate change being mentioned is another one of the things that I will not ever present without mentioning, that all of these systems use immense amounts of data. The data centres are now challenging where we grow our vegetables. They're often in the same places that arable land is. We need a strategy, a really broad Australian strategy of where we sit in this ecosystem, what we value and why. Thank you.
Natalie Sheard speaking now. Thank you to the committee for the opportunity to appear before you today. The digital transformation of workplaces offers many benefits for employers and workers, but the deployment and use of AI technologies, as we've heard today, also raises serious risks of harm. It's these risks to job seekers, particularly the risks of discrimination, which I'll speak to today, drawing on my doctoral research regarding the use of predictive AI systems at the screening stage in recruitment. The best evidence we have, and it's from a report that was released yesterday, is that around 2/3 of Australian employers use AI systems, some form, be it generative AI systems or other predictive AI systems, in hiring in Australia. AI-driven systems used to select candidates are recognised internationally as high-risk systems. This is because of their potential to impact fundamental rights, including the right to work and also equality and privacy rights. These systems introduce new risks to workers in hiring processes as they are opaque, they operate at considerable scale and speed, and they have the capacity to lock marginalised groups out of the workforce. As set out in my submission, my research demonstrated that there are real risks of discrimination when these systems are used by Australian employers, and that those risks were not being appropriately managed at the time my research was conducted 18 months ago. The current regulatory framework needs reform at 3 levels, I would suggest, if we're to protect the rights of job seekers. At the first level, we need better understanding and enforcement of the laws that we already have. So looking at anti-discrimination laws, we need regulatory guidance as to how those laws actually apply to AI systems. At the next level, we need to address the gaps and uncertainties in existing laws. We need positive equality duties, which require employers to take all reasonable steps to eliminate discrimination across all protected attributes, and we need reform of the Privacy Act. I'm sure you've heard others make that submission. Further, these laws should be strengthened by enacting national human rights protection. At the third level, I'd argue that we need AI-specific ex-ante regulation to prevent harms from occurring. I welcome the government's commitment to a risk-based approach to AI regulation. AI hiring systems are high-risk systems, and we therefore need mandatory guardrails to be set out in legislation. Equally importantly, we need enforcement of any safeguards and regulatory interventions. We need public enforcement by an expert and well-resourced regulator, and we also need private enforcement by affected individuals and groups. The latter requires that legal remedies are in place for AI harms, collective enforcement mechanisms, and also that legal assistance providers are funded to provide advice and representation. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a couple of questions, and I thought what I'd do is just ask and then just open up, because you've all probably got a view. My first questions were going to be about recruitment, and then sort of going to even in relation to data farming and sort of the impact that that is having. But just on recruitment, it's come up a few times that AI at the moment it's not a very sophisticated machine when it comes to telling who's your most ideal candidate to come through. But is it one of those technologies where, because it's pitching up workers who may not be the most appropriate, the most suitable, the person with the most skills, that eventually it becomes a technology where the employers go, well, I don't quite like the candidates that you're presenting, so therefore I'm going to go back to recruiting a different way? Like, is it a product that may run its course because it's not presenting the most appropriate, suitable, best person for the job candidates?
I guess that's possible. There might be many suitable candidates, I guess, so maybe they are still getting, suitable candidates are being put up. I guess we just don't know. It is a black box. We have blind spots. But also when you look at marginalised workers, perhaps employers won't mind if marginalised and disadvantaged workers are never put up. They might never notice. I mean, my research definitely showed that. I don't think employers themselves are monitoring these systems, so they just wouldn't know what kind of risks are embedded or what kind of discrimination might be embedded in the systems.
So what guardrails could the government put in place to prevent that bias from happening in recruitment, even within its own? Because we heard from the CPSU earlier today that it's happening within the Commonwealth sector. What guardrails should the government consider to stop that from happening?
Well, I'd suggest there are 5 things, at least, that should be put in place. So we need, at the beginning, or really throughout the whole AI life cycle, you need impact and risk assessment. Then you need human oversight, so that includes training of the people who operate these systems and the people who kind of govern their use within organisations. You need to have SMEs, subject matter experts within organisations who have a deep understanding of how these systems work. Otherwise, organisations are very reliant on vendors of these systems to tell them how they work, which I think is really problematic. Thirdly, you need effective monitoring and evaluation frameworks. You need transparency in terms of, I would suggest, notice and an explanation at a minimum. And then you need contestability rights for people when they are subjected to automated decision making.
So how does a small business do that?
Yeah, it is challenging for small businesses, but I think
I was going to say small businesses are also less likely to use these systems because they're very expensive.
Right. Yeah.
They're tending to be used by the larger organisations, is in my experience. But to second what you were saying, having reviewed some of these companies, they are outright misrepresenting what they're doing. And there's not enough skill by the regulator to interrogate what that looks like. So I know the ACCC has been looking in, for example, into data brokerage in relation to material risk for some of the larger institutions. There needs to be a similar experience and skill set to be able to inquire into these companies. So whether the small companies or large companies are buying them, the product needs to be somehow verified and ensure that it's compliant with existing laws, to your point. So years ago we put together a cyber law map on Austlii which relates to AI as well. So many of these laws exist and apply. It's just the bridge between the knowledge of the law and the tools is not there, and that translation work, we do not have enough skilled people doing that work.
And also, I think, there needs to be, obligations need to apply across the whole ecosystem. There needs to be distributed responsibility. So maybe, the way small and medium businesses can fulfil some of these AI governance obligations is by the obligation actually being further up the chain and being on those developers of the system.
Go for it.
Can I be on that? Because I think the key question around the bias is also the way employers with AI or without AI are assessing the talent and the performance and the intention they have during their recruitment process to avoid bias. I worked on employment initiative targeting neurodiversity and employment of autistic workers, and they extensively use technology during their recruitment to avoid the bias that they themselves reflect on. We have AI platform like Mentra trained for neurodiverse talents, which allow a lot of individuals to find employment they could not find otherwise. So it's not like a black and white story. It really depends on how employers have an intention to be inclusive, which does not come from AI, but from employers themselves.
Did you have anything further you'd wish to add?
Yeah, I agree with all Dr. Natalie said, but I want to emphasize on the aspects of transparency. As a candidate who apply for a job, I should have the right to know who is going to actually decide from the initial stages of recruitment on my employment. Is it going to be an AI algorithm that shortlists people or a human person? This is, I think, the very basic right that people might have. And then, if it's AI, if it's commercial organization, probably we can't expect them to reveal their trade secret, but they need to provide some something around the capacity at which they use AI. But for public organization, even we might be able to ask them to open source their systems, so to open up opportunities for audit. And the other aspect is, so there are two problems here. One is bias and one is discrimination. So the bias comes from different sources. The bias could be from the algorithm or from the training data that is being used for the AI model. Even if you have an AI system for recruitment that has no bias, different people can use the same system to their advantage based on their capacity. For example, if someone is an elderly, they most probably they won't be able to get their CV up to the stage that can pass this stage. So we are in a stage that we are actually transitioning from recruitment process that has been traditionally managed by people to stage that, at least for large organizations, in several stages are managed by computers and AI. So during this transition period, or probably even after that, those vulnerable groups will be disadvantaged. And for the general public, I think training and education to the stage that we don't want technical education, so some conceptual education, training around AI, so they can understand its capabilities, how it works conceptually, to be able to remove some of the myth or misconceptions around AI.
With this concept of the worker having the opportunity or the right to say who made the assessment on my application, was it AI or was it human, should that apply to all aspects of work? So just say you're working, you've been pulled up, sent tell me what happened today because of A, B, C, D. Again, is that like that in that supervision level? Should a worker have a right to say, well, is that your opinion based upon my work performance, or was that generated by the algorithm who told you to come ask me?
Yes, definitely. I was using recruitment process as an example, but definitely I think workers should have the right to know who is making that decision. Yep.
Did anyone else want to comment on sort of once you're in the workplace, you know, what rights should a worker have when AI is involved in performance management, performance, task, work allocation, and all of the above, basically?
Yeah, I think there should absolutely be transparency rights, so I agree with that, and also a right of review of any automated decision as well.
I think the legal obligations around workers right now are not clear enough. So it was already mentioned about swipe cards being used. There's also keystrokes, eye movements, and all kinds of gamification of any of those sorts of things that corporations are already using that are not disclosed to their workers. So again, I think from a regulatory point of view, just what is being surveyed and why should be something that is considered. Looked at some of this in the rollout of Copilot in one of the corporate jobs I had, because there are a lot of things that you can do that are really creepy, and employees don't know that their employers are actually considering them, and I think a lot of places are already using those tools.
And what about that consultation of change? That's come up quite a bit. Why has it become, like, why is it coming up so much? Like, is there a weakness in the framework that we have? who makes the call about when to consult and when not to consult? And is that one of the reasons why this keeps coming up over and over again in these hearings?
I think consultation can often be obfuscation. As you've said yourself, consultation done well can be amazing, but it's so often not done well. The power imbalance between the employer and the employee is enormous. And there's a piece I've written called Who Decides, which touches on exactly this point. It's who makes the decisions about who should be able to make these decisions that's really key. I think we really need to drill more into that power imbalance. Consultation's one answer, but so is regulation. It's the same as the argument about social media and teens saying, well, it should be a higher age limit. I don't think everything should fall back on the consumer or the employee or the individual to fix. And the answer again is that at each stage, corporations should have obligations that are clearer under regulatory processes. Existing laws should be strengthened. All of what Dr. Sheard has already framed needs to happen. Consultation is one small piece in all of that, noting the power imbalance in a workplace to begin with.
Anyone else with comments on that before we go to the Deputy Chair?
I just have a comment on that, which is my research found that employers just didn't even know that they should be consulting before they deployed these technologies. It wasn't something, because the regulatory regime is unclear, and yeah, so employers just didn't do it because they didn't know that they should be doing it. I can't talk
I'd
to
go
that.
a step further and say in cases where they had people like me in roles waving a big red flag, some of them quite actively didn't want to know, which is why I'm deeply cynical about the consultation process.
A lot of the people I spoke to, it was the actual...
Yeah, we've just got a follow-up question, Deputy Chair, before we go to you. Yeah.
You made, Dr. Mohammed, you made a comment about resumes, the fabrication of AI. If I'm doing a recruitment process without AI, how do I know whether or not these resumes are fabricated? Like, people have been fabricating resumes for a very, very long time. How do you know the difference between those two things?
Okay, very good question. Because there are AI tools that can help you to create resumes. And if you use those tools, those resumes can get through that AI system.
Because they're talking in AI language, for instance?
So they can optimize.
Okay.
Yeah, they can optimize these resumes for a particular recruitment system.
Okay.
That's one aspect.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Can I build on that? Because I made, still on my research on neurodiversity, a critique on using CVs and resumes as a criteria to assess performance, because if you think about what is a CV, it's just a list of keywords that you can sort, and there is nothing about your performance. And people who are good to build that narrative, which is a kind of asynchronous interaction with an employer, have more probability to have an interview. And GenAI, so what we have right now is that you can, with GenAI, especially for migrants or for people who are not so good at writing the right keywords to be selected for an interview, GenAI can help, and the probability of having an interview is increasing. So I think CV is one of the most obsolete technologies that we have to assess the performance of worker.
Yep, thank you.
We'll just jump to the Deputy Chair who's joined us remotely. Mr Young.
Thank you, Chair. Just a comment on that. As someone who's been an employer in small business, small business, we have a terms of normally when you employ someone, you'll give them a contract that outlines the company's policies or the business policies, and I just figured that what will happen is that there'll be an AI component put in there that'll talk about how AI is used within that, so I think that'll probably take care of itself. But you've done a lot of work here, and I've got a question about, have you costed or done an estimated cost on what this will be to business for these guardrails and legislation that you're suggesting?
So comments or thoughts on that? So the cost back onto business for guardrails? Or...
So, yeah. Did you want to jump in?
There you go.
I was going to say, without going to numbers, this comes back to my third recommendation, which is where does Australia sit in the ecosystem? Because right now we're not competitive, and we keep saying we lead in AI, and I hear these cries regularly, but we don't actually have the guardrails to make us competitive in the market with the EU and the rest of the world, who are pulling ahead very, very quickly. So it's very easy to focus politically on the cost to small business, and I understand that there will be a cost to small business, but the bigger question is how do we enable those businesses to be doing what's already best practice in the world, where we're lagging so far behind, would be my answer to that. And there are many things we could do. There could be a hub that has the expertise to help SMEs with governance, that is a service that's provided. There are lots of different areas of expertise that could be provided by the government. Regulation is not the only answer, but you had some thoughts as well.
Yeah, and I take your point, and this is not political at all. This is just a real question around someone's going to have to pay, whether it be the government or the SMEs. At the end of the day, someone pays, whether it be the taxpayer through government or the SME. And I'm just interested to know what sort of extra cost burden this is going to put onto SMEs. And you've all done a lot of research on this, and I just thought there might have been a cost component that you've done. But if you haven't done it, that's fine. Then that's the answer. It's just a question.
Well, the flip side is also the risk to organisations for not doing it. And so what I've seen and what we're increasingly seeing, we just saw Cyro in the headlines for using AI to write journalistic articles, for example. When guardrails are not applied, there's litigation. There is a huge cost to that as well. I haven't seen any cost analysis of, I'm not even sure if any exists. You might know better than I do in terms of corporate costs, but it's very hard to assess because corporations are also not transparent about what they are doing. Some companies are doing work in this area already and some are not. So yeah, I just suppose I challenge the notion of the cost to SMEs to think about it as what's the cost of not doing it, but then also how do you enable them to set up a hub to enable them to not have those risks of litigation and other breaches of law would probably be a huge benefit to them. And I do that regularly on a consulting basis so that they actually know what risks could be coming at them if they're not thinking about these things.
Sure, and I'm not in any way suggesting that we don't do it because of cost. I'm just asking if there is an estimate on the cost. So that's fine, and it doesn't look like there is at the moment, so I understand that. And obviously corporates are going to have an advantage here because they have HR departments and things like that at their disposal that many SMEs don't have. So that's more what I'm trying to understand from an SME point of view.
I mean, there was, a few years ago, there was the introduction of the new payroll system, which the federal government encouraged. It allowed employers to do sort of real-time payroll processing. People got paid their super quicker. Everything, tax was paid, done in a way that streamlined it for businesses. And a lot of small businesses said, wow, fantastic. This takes away my concern, my worry that I'm not paying super on time, as well as a whole bunch of other things. And that was kind of seen as revolutionary, yet it was a simple off-the-shelf product that really helped a lot of small businesses. Can it be envisaged that something similar happens around sort of the introduction of AI into workplaces, or is it the nature of AI for every industry is going to be so different, but yet, say, with payroll tax or with, employee records, it's stock standard?
Let's see. I think yes, definitely. We have the concept of AI as service, similar to software as a service and other kind of technologies and products that are offered as service, and this is really helpful for small businesses because they don't need to invest upfront. They will be able to use these services on a pay-as-you-go basis. So I think there should be support for this kind of AI as service initiatives. Also, if probably those services could be specific to a certain business process, but similar to the example that you provided, that can be done.
Yeah, so what I can add on that is that basically AI or technology change the dynamic of competition between firms. So if you look at the average cost to perform a task, this average cost is falling when the scale of the deployment is increasing. That's cost curve. And so it means that if you have a large business, you have larger benefits for implementing it and investing in that, while if you are a small bakery using computer vision to manage your stock, for example, you can't invest in that. So what could happen is that you could have like entrepreneurs specializing on some niche market, AI markets, that will sell these services to small business. Okay, so basically, what could happen is that small firms that can't invest in AI or these technologies may outsource it to someone who will make the market for bakeries. And this is something that has been assessed by a team at MIT in the US, by the team of Neil Thompson. Actually, they included indicators of cost of technologies. But it's for computer vision. That's just for computer vision, like vision AI.
Just to change it slightly, I do want to pick up on the climate change aspect, because it's come up a bit in this inquiry, but also in another one that we did around sort of data farming and about how big tech is looking to Australia, but yet that real lack of understanding about the water and energy required for these big data storage centres. Like, just to hear the figures of what it costs to maintain ChatGPT alone is kind of like, it's mind-blowing. And that's part of the conversation, yet hasn't been touched upon really in any meaningful way in our country. I guess the broader question is, like, where are we at in that conversation, and where do we need to be in that conversation? And does that then kind of trump everything that we've talked about to date in terms of data and data management? Like, does it just become too expensive and too costly to even keep this data? Like, I
think the short answer is unfortunately no. There are too many commercial interests at play here pushing for these things to be built and for these tools to be used. We are on the downside of the Gartner hype on ChatGPT and Gen AI, which is pleasing to see from my perspective. What's interesting about the data housing conversation, again, is thinking about it from an overarching Australian strategic perspective. Countries like Singapore have stopped these data warehouses being built because they're now in competition with arable land for food, for Singapore to be sustainable. I would like to think that we're doing some similar mapping around, with climate change, where is arable land in Australia, and when that tension hits up against, what are our priorities as a country? Do we want food and water, or clean water, or do we want data centres? And I think right now we're not having that conversation, and the tech companies are driving that conversation about, and right now as we speak, there are many, many more data centres being planned to be built. So for those who don't know, a bottle of water is poured every time you use a ChatGPT query, and that doesn't take into account vision, which is incredibly energy intensive.
Like, it's a new form of hoarding, right?
Hoarding, but also cultural appropriation, because all of the IP has been stolen. There are multiple legal cases afoot against these companies as well. So the sustainability of this model is deeply in question by many who've been watching it for a very long time.
Sorry, we digress from the broad scope of the inquiry, but it sort of comes back to we update the Privacy Act, we put all these rules in place, but we haven't actually stepped back and going, are we storing data for data's sake? And that sort of question first of all, and do we solve one problem by answering another, which is, well, should we be storing this in the first place? And I guess that's where it comes back to the Privacy Act changes that you've all mentioned in your evidence today.
Well, it's sort of linked to the Privacy Act in that we need data centres onshore to comply with the Privacy Act because we don't want data going offshore. But we also don't want everyone else's data stored here at the expense of our resources. And that's a conversation I haven't heard being had anywhere yet.
Did you have any other questions, Anne? Terry, did you have any more questions for us?
That's good, thanks, Terry.
Great, thank you. Okay, I just wanted to invite each of you just to make sort of a closing statement before we wrap up, because we've had fairly broad conversation here. But if there was any of the recommendations in your submissions you'd like to draw our attention to, just in a closing statement, now's a good time to do so. Or if you wanted to add to something that we've been discussing. Go for it, Kobe.
I would welcome the government to seek the expertise of experts outside of the tech company sphere. There is increasing cacophony of lobbyist voices, both directly as lobbyists and indirectly, that are trying to shape policy in a particular direction. The fact that the environment is discussed so little, I would say, is Alain Baudot talks about social silences. They're spaces that are deliberately not talked about, and I think there are some things we're very deliberately not talking about in relation to these technologies. I hope that the government seeks out the expertise to hear more about those. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I think you really need to invest in a monitoring system of the diffusion of AI. And I believe that academic people should be strongly involved in that, because they raise an important question for the social good. It's happening now, but it will continue. And so I made a point on the development of some surveys, because we have a lot of data, but most of it is useless for monitoring what we want to measure. So I believe that collecting this data on employers, employees, to monitor the diffusion of technologies and how it is impacting workplaces, workers and employers and productivity in Australia is an essential investment to do.
Great.
I think I just want to emphasize the importance of bringing deep understanding of technology to the policy conversations, because I can see lots of misunderstandings by people who make comments about technologies. This is, I think, very important. And the second point I want to make is the principle of fair go, which everyone in Australia, it's a value in Australia, and everyone will, regardless of their political view, has believed in. And with regard to AI technology, automated decision making, just putting fair go at the center of attention as a principle will help everyone to assess the impact of technology. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you. I have a few set of words to read just at the end of our discussion today. Thank you for your attendance at today's hearing. If you've been asked or offered to provide any additional information, please forward to the Secretariat by Monday the 16th of September 2024. Finally, you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, and will have the opportunity to request corrections to any transcript errors. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we'll just take a brief moment to pause whilst we get our final witnesses for today online and here.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, excellent. So we are down to our final witness of today, and I'd like to welcome representatives of the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation. And I do note that we have a number of people joining us from different parts of Australia for this hearing. So for the Hansard record, those who are present at this stage, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you are appearing before the committee, starting with Julie.
Julie Elizabeth Reeves, and I'm a representative from the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation.
And would you mind also mentioning the others who might be joining us?
Yes, Damien. We have two ANMF members online, Damien Harrell and Simon Mitchell.
Fantastic. Welcome to both of you. Although the committee does not require witnesses at today's hearing to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. and therefore has the same standings as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I'd now like to invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed with members' questions. So what we might do is first hear from Julie and then give the floor to Damien and then Simon.
Excellent, thank you. So we thank the Standing Committee on Employment, Education and Training for the opportunity to appear as witnesses today regarding the digital transformation of workplaces. I am sure you're aware that the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation is Australia's largest national union and professional nursing and midwifery organisation. In collaboration with the ANMF's 8 state and territory branches, we represent the professional, industrial and political interests of more than 326,000 nurses, midwives and care workers across the country. Our members work in public and private health, aged care, disability sectors across a wide variety of urban, rural and remote locations. We have a particular interest in the implementation of digital technologies and the adoption of AI in healthcare workplaces. As the largest health professionals, nurses and midwives have a strong influence in the success or the failure of digital health technologies improving health outcomes, including AI. The implementation of digital technologies is fundamentally changing how nurses and midwives work. If implemented appropriately, these technologies have the potential to improve the productivity of health systems and offer many benefits to people receiving care and for workers. Technologies like electronic health and medical records, telehealth and AI can provide many benefits by improving quick and easy access to patient information at the point of care, enhance diagnostics, improve access to healthcare for people living in rural and remote areas or even in metropolitan cities where they struggle to leave their home. However, we need to ensure that we balance the benefits that digital technologies and AI can produce with the safety of people receiving care and workers providing that care. Careful safeguarding measures and genuine collaboration and consultation will ensure that Australia can benefit from digital technologies in ways that support and enhance the health, well-being and safety of all. We look forward to this discussion and thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you. Damien, if you're online, would you like to make any comments?
I'll look through just very briefly. I'm an intensive care nurse by training and experience, but I moved into clinical informatics a few years ago when my employer introduced an electronic patient record system. I know that digital technology, as has been mentioned, is necessary and desirable, and that it has already had positive effects. However, I'm aware that it's not without its risks. And we will probably discuss those as I present my evidence.
Thank you. And Simon, would you like to make an opening comment before we proceed with questions?
Thank you very much. My name is Simon Andrew Mitchell. I'm a registered nurse, 40 years nursing experience, working in a variety of different nursing fields, including intensive care, emergency, perioperative, and I did work for a period of years in executive nursing positions and in the development of clinical models of care. The area of particular interest to me is the application of artificial intelligence in healthcare. My nursing career spans a time where the digits were part of your caring hands as a nurse, and of course now it's artificial intelligence and information technology is an inherent and all-encompassing part of how we do healthcare. However, there are issues there. There are great strengths, but also potential risks that we need to manage, and the reconciling of this kind of IT with the clinical experts, the clinical voice. So whilst initial forms of AI are providing breakthroughs in the provision of healthcare, it does present significant risks due to the inherent nature of machinery and technology lacking this specialist and human skills associated with critical thinking, conflict, emergent principles, and the ability to adapt in an instant, what nurses do very well. These risks must be considered and mitigated in the implementation of any AI system to ensure consumer safety and that it supports and augments nursing and midwifery clinical care and doesn't supplant it. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much for our two nurses who've joined us today. We've heard from a number of workers today, and the insights to the direct impact that Australian workers are feeling is invaluable to this committee and to the discussions that we've been having. So if I could start first with you, Damien and Simon, starting with Damien. How has the digital transformation of hospitals and of your work, and I guess AI, how has that changed nursing? So if we could just sort of step back a bit and if you could sort of just give us an insight. And then I guess more critical with what we've heard from other witnesses today, you know, in what way is AI and technology being used to kind of surveil and monitor our nurses and midwives at work?
Thank you, Lisa. Look, there's no doubt that digital technology has enormous differences in healthcare and in my experience. Probably the most noticeable one is that the days of having to decipher doctors and other people's handwriting to extract information is gone. We can now actually generally read what is being requested on it. There are also things like automatic alerts that allow us to see where a patient is allergic to a particular medication, for instance, and to be reminded of that before we go ahead with an administration. And I think that as digital technology matures in healthcare, the ability to organise, collect and interpret those data sets offer great hope for new insights and new treatments in human health. But the question you ask about, surveillance in particular, it is true that what we do is often very much, it's orders at every step of the way. I don't necessarily see that as an issue, but so long as it is done in a way that is appropriate and commensurate with the risks that are trying to be mitigated. When it reaches a point where somebody's looking over your shoulder every second of the day, then that would impair our ability to actually do our jobs and to actually provide the care that people require. I might leave it at that for the moment.
Yeah. Simon, did you have any comments on that question?
Just a couple, thank you. The first one, which Damien alluded to, is really what we call neo-Taylorism, and that is the overt, all-encompassing surveillance of the workforce in its movements, in the pursuance of its work. And that's a control measure. And the point I want to make there is that in complex healthcare now, hierarchically arranged control command models do not work. What we need in our clinicians is for them to be able to embrace and express the flexibility that comes with the complexity of healthcare. So, for example, if you're looking at a patient, it's the ability to very rapidly assess a patient who may be deteriorating very rapidly and asymmetrically. That is, that a small disease process can have a devastating effect on them because of comorbidities. And so it's important that we have a health culture that allows not so much command and control, but allows for that collegiality and that flexibility for for nurses to be able to quickly adapt to that environment. And this is a big issue for us in terms of, particularly in big health institutions, and that is managerialism, the control by managerialism over clinicians, to the point where clinicians cannot or don't feel confident to be able to actually carry out their roles to the full capacity. The second item there in terms of surveillance is the surveillance of the patient. So are we looking at tools, digital tools, IT, AI, that actually is in real time constantly monitoring patients, say, for example, patients in intensive care units, which the nurses now do 24/7 and don't leave the bedside for a moment. So that has a big role to play, but it doesn't usurp or surpass the clinical expert that's actually making the clinical decision. So it's an adjunctive therapy, and that surveillance is very useful, but it can't supplant the role or the of the clinical expert. Where AI, in terms of surveillance of patients, probably works best, I think, will be for junior practitioners, for those who are new in their careers, inexperienced, and through the Venice model of developing into more advanced and proficient practitioners. But at the expert end, it is a useful, we think, surveillance tool in terms of real-time biometric monitoring, but doesn't supplant the clinician. That's important. Thank you.
Julie, did you have anything else to add?
I do, thank you. I just want to build on what Damien and Simon has just talked about, particularly in relation to surveillance. I think as a registered nurse, I work in policy, but I haven't worked clinical for a while, but their surveillance has definitely changed over the last decade. And if I can give you a simple example, it's the same as AI and data collection in many sectors. However, in health, we're collecting data on a daily basis to improve patient outcomes. And of course, we want that because that's very positive. We're based on improving, we want evidence-based practice, and we want to improve that care delivery. But the consequence is that because we're monitoring everything that nurses and midwives do, sometimes that information can be used inappropriately. So, for example, like a simple thing in a nursing home where they monitor call bells response and how long it takes a carer or a nurse to go and see a resident in a nursing home. Now, that's appropriate in some senses because then you are actually monitoring care delivery and you're watching, the correlation between actually someone going to the toilet with falls, for example, if they get up and fall. But then if that information is then used as a performance management tool, because why isn't a nurse particularly answering, or a care worker, then it's not being used for its intended purpose, and there's no transparency around that. So this is the same across the whole sector, is that data's being collected on everything that nurses and midwives do on a daily basis, and nurses and midwives in general are supportive of that, but they need to understand how that data's being used and be transparent about if that data is going to be used against them in a performance process.
Have you had any discussion with individual employers, individual sectors? Is there anything in current EBAs that talks about that consultation?
I'd have to take the question on notice about in the current EBAs, but I think that's where we'd really like to head, that whole conversation about, to make sure, because I think we've heard earlier in the discussion about employers often not understanding what systems can actually, how they're implemented. For example, with AI or decision making or alerts, or sometimes, and Damien and Simon would be able to explain this further, sometimes these get implemented without that expertise or the managers in those environments actually understanding the intended purpose. It's that, the old saying that you don't know what you don't know. So they're being implemented with a really good intention, but we do need absolutely more examples of where nurses and midwives are at the table with every discussion, from regulation about how these systems are regulated, to their development, to their implementation, and to their evaluation.
Damien or Simon, do you have anything that you'd like to add to what Julie's just said? So this is about consultation of change and what may or may not be occurring when new technology is introduced into your work.
Simon here. Yeah, well, consultation is absolutely essential. There's a couple of elements here. One is that it's extremely important that nurses and midwives do have a working understanding of AI, as they need to have a working understanding of other tools that they use in their professions, so that they can troubleshoot it, so that they can understand it, its strengths, its weaknesses, and how to, as I said, how to troubleshoot it. An example would be what we call an arterial line in a patient that's taking real-time blood pressures. That pressure is turned through a transducer into an electrical signal, and we actually interpret that signal to give us clinical information, that we turn to clinical information about what's happening to the patient. Now, what we need to be able to do is understand when that wave that we're looking at on the oscilloscope is incorrect, when it's garbage in, garbage out, distinct from it's one that we can rely on. And we use a lot of different clinical processes and thinking processes to actually make those decisions. So if we're going to use AI, and we will be using AI, then we need to understand that how it operates, how it functions, so that we can troubleshoot it as well. Because if the information that it's getting is incorrect, then the information we'll be getting out is wrong. And this has a clinical consequence. So that's extremely important. So that's one very important aspect of that is our working understanding of it. Now, the second point in terms of consultation is about the actual product that that's being suggested to be introduced. So we need to actually understand that product. Is it one off the shelf? Is it an innovative one that's never been used before and we're experimenting with it? What are its strengths? What are its weaknesses? There are ethical considerations as well as technical considerations around that. So we need to be involved in the decision-making around the purchase, and the application of whatever IT, AI, or otherwise that we use. So, and of course that then means that we're on the front foot in terms of confidence with that clinical equipment, because we'll be part of the process for its acquirement and then decision making.
Damien, did you have anything else to add on consultation?
Yeah, look, I'll just jump in there. I've spoken to nurses and midwives and other workers in a number of different organisations over the last few years, and I think that it would be fair to say that most workers I speak to feel that the track record on consultation when implementing digital technology is less than they would desire. So they don't feel involved in the decisions. They don't feel involved necessarily in having control over what improvements can be made, and therefore, as I think Simon just alluded to, their confidence in the product is often not high.
So if I could just present sort of just another example, say from another sector, just to see if it happens in your work. The National Quality Framework was introduced into early childhood education about sort of 15 years ago, maybe a little bit less. In its early days, after it was introduced, we very quickly had these apps, Story Park, where educators were required to record everything a child did, every toilet, every meal, everything. And so then the feedback from the educators was, we spend more time doing paperwork, so online administration, than what we do actually educating and caring for the children. So the sector very quickly realised that, one, the parents weren't looking at it, two, was taking up a lot of educators' time, three, where can we find a better balance? So the sector kind of got to a place where they reduced the compliance requirements. Is there any sort of similar examples of that, say, in nursing? Because, I mean, it's very different when you're talking about patients who are at their most vulnerable, and quite often you're saving lives. So you want nurses to be at the bedside doing the care that they're good at. where the paperwork has become so intense with the technology that you sort of feel like, am I helping to save the patient's life or completing the paperwork? Does that conflict come up at all?
Damien here. Anecdotally, I hear that quite a lot, that people feel that instead of having the patient at the focus of their care, that they have the documentation and its recording is the focus of their work life, and they find that very difficult and challenging.
Simon here. The big player in terms of IT in healthcare and hospitals particularly are the managers. It's managerialism, and it's their application of IT and how they do that in terms of control. To answer your question, one thing IT has enabled is the production of even more forms, even more so-called clinical tools, which are basically just a form. So, for example, risk assessment, pressure area assessment, and a whole lot of array of scales looking at the severity scales, what they call looking at the acuity of a patient's condition. So IT has allowed the production and the proliferation of all these new forms, and they are foisted upon the nurses. The nurses are obligated to complete them. Some of them aren't actually clinically even valid. Risk assessment would be an example forms. But that's taking the nurse midwife away from the patient because of this obligation to fill out this plethora of forms that are easily produced, and that's really been an effect of that combination of managerialism and IT. So yes, and I agree with Damien. We get a lot of our nurses who complain that they're taken away from the patient. They're always filling out forms. They're what we call cows, these computers on wheels that they're having to wheel around from patient to patient. And importantly, then their eyes and their ears are not on the patient. And if we're going to rescue patients who are acutely unwell, who may be crashing, and we want to get those in what we call the prodromal stage, that's at the very early stage before that happens, then we need that concentration of that clinical skill and observation, looking at the patient and not at the computer screen. This is one of the reasons that we introduced ratios in Queensland, for example, to ensure that clinical interface, that intensity needed was maintained. That is, that there is a nurse at the bedside where the patient is.
Can I just ask about rostering? It did come up in some earlier evidence that we heard today from people working in retail that their concern about the use of AI or digital technology in terms of rostering, it might discriminate against some workers, the competition around being the first to grab a shift, the impact that it was having because rostering was done through an algorithm or an online forum. I'm not sure if it's the same for nursing because our nurses are so overworked and stretched, but if you could just give us an insight into what's happening in relation to rostering and the apps that now exist in terms of filling shifts. Damien.
I don't have personal experience with rostering being done other than by an experienced nurse who's part of the management team trying to manage all of the competing requirements. I will note that here in Victoria we do also have nurse-patient ratios, which means that we don't tend to have the same issues that retail may do with trying to match staffing to demand. Our ratios give us a baseline, so we don't necessarily have that issue. But look, I don't have any further insight other than that.
Simon or Julie, has it come up in other branches around rostering and the challenges that might come about with the IT equipment?
Yeah, there's one I will talk about in terms of rostering. This is a rostering on the day, if you like. So this is actually ensuring that the right number of nurses or midwives are on the shift at that particular time, and then start predicting the next shift, obviously. So it's about working out what's required for the next shift, and then rostering accordingly. So apart from having your rostered staff, you were also here looking at contingency. So for those who are going to replace sick leave or high acuity where you need extra nurses because the burden of illness and therefore the work that's required, the nursing that's required is increased. Now, there are systems, IT systems that are designed to do that. Trend care would be one, for example, but it's not the only one. And so basically it's an algorithm that says on this particular unit for that number of patients, at this averaging of acuity, you need X number of nurses. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't consider or allow to supplant that algorithm or whatever it churns out the clinical decision making. That is the clinical decision making that looks actually at the actual patients, not the number of patients, not an averaging of acuity, but the actual patients in there, and says these are two patients that we're going to need one nurse, 1 to 2, to look after those two because the comorbidities, they're unstable, they're a little bit sick, but we know they could crash very quickly. Whereas these 4 patients down the end of the ward where they're quite stable, we just need one nurse. And also who that nurse is, enrolled nurse, a registered nurse, for example. So there's a real disconnect between the clinical decision making around the rostering and electronic tools which are designed to do it themselves. Managers love the IT tools, but it should never supplant the clinical decision making, and too often it does. And that's so this again is where IT is being used to control clinical decision making and not allow it to express itself and be the decision maker for the patient's sake.
Julie.
Thank you. Just building on what Simon's just articulated very well is that, the rostering needs to ensure that you have that clinical decision making to make sure that the staffing and skills mix is appropriate to the acuity of the people being cared for. But I just wanted to touch on the roster tool. So just like any IT within the health systems, we have hospitals that are very well advanced and using all technologies possible to other hospitals and other health services that are still using paper. So for nurses and midwives, that's exactly the same for rostering. Some are using rostering tools. So there are many tools out there that are being used. The difficulty that some of these tools have is that we know that we're in workforce issues with nurses and midwives, and rostering 24 hours a day is quite complex. As you can imagine, everyone has varying needs. They're caring for older relatives, or they're caring for their own children or children that they have responsibility for. And they're trying to have a life, to be honest, and they're trying to go out and play sport, and they're trying to roster themselves around that. So sometimes these tools are really useful, but sometimes they just don't have the capacity to fit in all the requirements for big units that have a lot of staff, and so you need the addition on that. So when we have had examples where they've been implemented and they've been really problematic, so you need that human element on top of those tools to assist. Some nurses and midwives say that the apps that they're using they really find really useful because they're able to swap shifts and it's in an appropriate, safe way. Others find they're difficult.
The final question that I've got today is just in relation to our nursing and midwifery workforce. Really cuts across the demographic. Lots of younger nurses, lots of older nurses, and the same with midwifery as well. But this rapid change in technology is coming quite quickly, and whilst a younger cohort might be able to adapt to it quicker, have there been sort of challenges or the extra training provided to members of the workforce who, when they first started nursing, there wasn't such a thing as a mobile phone? Has the sector really invested in the upskilling of quite skilled workers but may not have the technical skills to be able to use the new technology?
Yeah, I'll let my colleagues also speak, but just from my perspective, I was actually talking to a nurse today that talked about their introduction of the EMR to their hospital, and she said, I was panicked. Now, this person is very technology aware and enabled, but changing your whole system for patient care, which obviously has dire consequences, she was quite concerned. So your question about education, there absolutely is support there. There's a lot of trainers and SMEs, so specialists, but there is more work to be done there. In regards to the younger versus older, and maybe I'm biased, but I think there's a bit of a balance. These systems are developed to if their systems worked well, they're about the workflow for nurses and midwives. So you might have the technology skills, but if you don't have the understanding and expertise on delivering that care, then the technology is just as confronting as the care delivery. So I would say that we absolutely need to do more work to have the capability to implement, but also to understand exactly what data is being collected, why is it being collected, how is it being used, and all those decision-making tools.
Damien or Simon, did you have anything else to add to that?
Simon here. You're talking about me. I'm 63. I started my nursing in 1983. There were no mobile phones. And computers were still a thing I saw on TV screens, not in real life. Look, to answer your question, as someone from an older generation who's had to embrace, adapt, learn new technologies, and I don't believe I'm alone here, if I can see that they are advantageous to my nursing, that they actually offer me scope, whether it's surveillance tools, for example, patient surveillance tools, or it's one of the really big advantages is how quickly I can access information. That is, whether it's on medications, whether it's a physiological or pathophysiological, to be able to look it up so much more quickly and at the bedside, that sort of thing. So where we see the technology is clearly advantageous to our nursing and therefore to patient outcomes, then we embrace it, I think. And we have a willingness to embrace it. So we may struggle in terms of how we learn it, but we want to learn it because we see the advantages of it. And it comes back to Julie's point about collaboration, that we need to be included in that. They need to be systems that we can do business with, that we can see the outcome for the patient. And also they need to start designing these systems around us. That is, what do we need? What do we want? And then design them, not taking a legacy bit of IT and then giving it to us, and then we're having to change our practices around to fit in with it. So it's really about that sort of implementation that a lot of that question, I think, hangs.
Damien, I guess you get the final word.
Well, terrific. Look, yeah, it's there's no doubt that change is difficult for different people to different extents, but that significant, broad-reaching changes like the introduction of digital technology into a workplace, which may or may not have had it before, involves an enormous cognitive load, and when you combine that with the stressors that nurses and midwives already undergo while caring for people who are very often having the very worst days, weeks or months of their life, that becomes very difficult. So we do need to be very cautious about how we introduce these technologies and how we support our workers as we do so.
Well, thank you. And that brings us to the end of our questions for you today. I'd like to thank you very much for your attendance, particularly to Damien and Simon who've phoned in to join us for this public hearing. If you've been asked or offered to provide any additional information, please forward to the Secretariat by Monday the 16th of September 2024. You'll be sent a copy of your transcript of your evidence and will have the opportunity to request any corrections to any transcript errors. Finally, this is our last witness for today's hearing. I would like to thank members of the committee and the witnesses for their time today. And on behalf of the committee, thank the Secretariat and Broadcasting from Hanside for joining us here in Melbourne. So thank you, and I declare this public hearing closed.